Is someone from Motley Rice here? Lance Oliver?
Yes.
Please come forward. He's going to join me as we recognize Mesothelioma Awareness Day. The attorneys, by the way, at Motley Rice have done an exceptional job, not just representing individuals who've been affected by asbestos and mesothelioma, but by working to raise awareness of this rare and aggressive form of cancer through our community. And as we recognize this day, it's my hope we encourage more of our citizens to learn about effective treatments that have been developed for mesothelioma. So I have a proclamation I'd like to share with everyone. Whereas mesothelioma is an aggressive asbestos-related cancer that affects the linings of the lungs, abdomen, heart, and other organs, and whereas the heavy use of asbestos in manufacturing and construction has been recognized as the worst occupational health disaster in U.S. history. Whereas asbestos was used in the construction of virtually all office buildings, public schools, and homes built before 1975, a high percentage of all mesothelioma victims were exposed to asbestos on naval ships and in shipyards, including Charleston, South Carolina. And this is now believed to include many of the firefighters, police officers, rescue workers from Ground Zero on 9/11. And whereas exposure to asbestos for as little as 1 month can result in mesothelioma 30 years later because of occupational, Navy service-related, household, or even incidental exposures and very long latency of the disease, tens of millions of Americans are now at risk for developing mesothelioma. And for decades, the need for research to develop effective treatments was overlooked. The result of this neglect is that treatments available today generally have only limited effects, and most patients die within only 12 to 15 months from diagnosis. Whereas the establishment of Mesothelioma Awareness Day will raise public awareness of the disease and the need to develop effective treatments. Now, therefore, I, John J. Tecklenburg, Mayor of the City of Charleston, do hereby proclaim September 26th as Mesothelioma Awareness Day in the City of Charleston. And thank you for being with us, and I will present this to you and ask if you would like to make any brief remarks.
Thank you. And on behalf of my law firm at Motley Rice, we are honored. It is always a great pleasure to represent clients who deserve it and who have been victims of this disease. A special condolences to the mayor's family. His brother-in-law suffered from mesothelioma and succumbed to that, and so we want to extend our condolences to him. It's always an honor to represent clients who did nothing more than go to their job and do a good day's work, and they ultimately ended up the victim of corporate negligence and this disease. And we want to praise our local government, Mr. Mayor, and the City Council for taking the time to recognize this disease at this time. We continue the fight every day on this forefront and other forefronts. You all may not know this, but there is currently a fight going on with Johnson & Johnson because we believe there is asbestos in their baby powder. And we have been working to fight that as well. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Council.
Mr. Mayor, can I just very briefly, I want to thank Mr. Oliver for coming and for his support of all the things they do all year long. They do amazing work when it comes to all the issues that are surrounding lung disease, not the least of which is on the other side of my pin on tonight. They're huge supporters in the community of the American Lung Association, which is allied very closely with the issues that come along with mesothelioma. And Mr. Oliver, who came up to accept the proclamation today, last year actually participated in one of the events that the American Lung Association puts on, which is a lip sync for lungs. It's a lip sync competition, and he participated as Johnny Cash. We won't ask him to repeat that performance, but he actually walked away with the award and the winner. So they're at it 24/7, 365 in the community, and I just want to thank them for all the work that they do. So thank you very much. By the way, Lip Sync for Lungs live this Thursday night at the Music Hall. So I think Mr. Oliver will be there. Excellent. Thank you.
And thank you for remembering my brother-in-law, Willie Pace was his name, and he worked at the Charleston Naval Shipyard for a career and then retired, of course, when they closed the base, and he seemed to be fit as a fiddle. And it was years later that he, I guess you would say, contracted mesothelioma. And just like the resolution said, within 18 months or so, we had his funeral. That was very sad. He's a wonderful guy, and so thank you for your work on this terrible disease. So without objection from council, I also would like to add to our agenda a resolution to be presented to the Claburn family in memory of Miss Emily England Claburn. And so if I could entertain a motion to accept a resolution, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And I know a few of our council members attended the service yesterday. She was a remarkable woman. So if I may read into the record this resolution and then ask for council support, and we'll present it to the Claburn family. Whereas the city of Charleston wishes to recognize Dr. Emily England Claburn, civil rights activist, librarian, and community leader, and whereas Dr. Claburn was born in the Whiteville section of Berkeley County to parents Peter England and Maddie McCants England. She had one brother, Arthur, who died while on active duty in the Army. Whereas after her graduation from Berkeley Training High School, Dr. Claburn received a bachelor's degree in library science from South Carolina State College. She then attended Atlanta University and the University of South Carolina, earning a master's degree in librarianship. In spring 2010, South Carolina State University awarded Dr. Claburn an honorary doctorate of humane letters. And affectionately known as Miss Emily or Dr. M, Emily Claburn was a public school librarian in Charleston and Columbia. Additionally, she devoted 29 years serving as a medical librarian at the Charleston Naval Base and Dorn VA Medical Center in Columbia. Whereas Dr. Claburn is survived by her husband of 58 years, Representative Jim Claburn, the highest ranking African-American member of Congress and the House Majority Whip. The two met in jail after being arrested for their participation in a civil rights demonstration, and they married a year later. Together they had three wonderful daughters, Mignon, Jennifer, and Angela. In 2007, Miss Emily was featured in the documentary Notable African American Women in Their Own Voices, produced by the I. De Quincy Newman Institute for Peace and Social Justice at the University of South Carolina. She was also a recipient of Women of Faith Award given by the Columbia chapter of the National Council of Negro Women and the Distinguished Service Award by South Carolina State University National Alumni Association. Miss Emily was a champion for students who could not afford tuition and was responsible for raising funds to help countless individuals receive a college education. Most notably, she and her husband designated $1.7 million in endowed funds they raised to establish the Dr. Emily England Claburn Honors College Scholarship Endowment. Dr. Claburn was a member of Morris Brown AME Church, the NAACP, South Carolina State University National Alumni Association, and a respected member of the Congressional Black Caucus Spouses Association. She was a compassionate leader, a loyal friend, and a truly remarkable woman, and she will be deeply missed by Charleston and the state of South Carolina. Therefore, I, John J. Tecklenburg, and the City Council of Charleston, on behalf of all our citizens, hereby extend to her family and friends this expression of sincere regret for their loss and hope they will find comfort in the memories of her fine life and achievements. Can I entertain a motion to discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it. We will convey this to the family. Thank you so much. So we have no public hearings this evening. We have next the approval of City Council minutes. We have August 20th and August 26th. Any additions, deletions? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. So we're going to move right along to our citizens participation period. We have a number of folks who've signed up, I bet. 15, so we'll normally try to keep this to 30 minutes, so we ask you to keep your remarks to 2 minutes each, And please state your name and address when you come forward. Madam Clerk will call the names, and please queue up. Thank you for being here.
Anthony Bryant, John Steinberger, Muhammad Idris, and Brett Berry.
Well, I know last time I was here, we want to be real clear tonight in terms of what's going on in the community. I told a dear friend of mine, James Lewis, that there's 10,000 young people in this state that have been arrested in 2017 as juveniles. They can be from 6-year-old young people in Florida being arrested, mugshotted in Florida. So when you have dissenting points of views in the community, I'm not a member of the NAACP, Urban League. When I was in the pledge any fraternity, I was a regular brother that came back home to Charleston. So that's why I speak as an individual, and a brother from the brother who got a full ride to go to school and play a little football to get out the neighborhood. But I'm connected to this reality they live in. Many are pro se litigants and former paupers, born in former paupers, born in poverty, born in ignorance. And I'm sick and tired of seeing people deflect the real issues of black folk. I went to Motley Rice for something many years ago. They said they had some personal pictures of mine. I'm ready to get them back. October, I saw Senator Marlon Kimpson and others. I'm not a part of their little clique they got going on. But understand in 2020, I go precinct to precinct. I go door to door, and I will work it. You better be black 2020. How can you support somebody who supported an 86 crime bill, 94 crime bill to be president of the United States? Donald Trump supported the policy now in dealing with criminal justice reform, not the person some people are supporting and pushing on the community. And so I want to make sure that you get this document here from the 4th Circuit Court of Appeals, from a brother from the block, and you can have that right there. And that came from the 4th Circuit to me, Anthony G. Bryant. In October, I'll be hearing from the Supreme Court on my own, and the conference October from the FBI and Homeland Security, who handles all these issues. We look forward as brothers, real brothers, to fight these real issues in our community on our own terms.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm John Steinberger, 33 Edinburgh Road, Sandhurst, west of the Ashley. And I'm here to tell you I'm very pleased with the development that we've had at Citadel Mall since Trademark Properties took ownership. We've had a film production studio, community theater, DIY space, and on January 1st, we're going to have MUSC, which will allow patients to visit there and get free parking and convenience. But I've got to tell you, I'm very concerned about the proposed increase in zoning density in the Epic Center. West Ashley's suburban, and we need to keep it suburban. And having 25-story buildings and parking decks and all the traffic apartments and hotel rooms, it just doesn't fit with the kind of community West Ashley is. And I think we have to take a very hard look at that. We already have significant congestion on Orleans Road and Sam Rittenberg. What's it going to be like with all the office space, hotel visitors, and apartment dwellers? It's just not going to work with our existing infrastructure. So please consider voting against the increase in zoning density at Citadel Mall. Thank you.
Muhammad Idris.
Evening, Muhammad Idris, Mayor, City Council, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to say that what I'm hearing of this audit committee is something that I've been saying over the years. And I'm very proud of you, councilmen. This needs to be done. Racism is dead, but we have to bury the body. And I'm working to get people to help me to bury the body. We haven't buried the body. Racism died in 1965. We keep bringing it on up, because we haven't buried the body. And we are suffering from the smell. You know, when you don't bury a body, the smell goes around. And every time a crook get in some problem, he either call black or white. He needs some money. The rent needs to be paid or the mortgage needs to be paid. It's a black and white argument. Here we have a man in Congress whose name is Claburn. He's the majority of whip, and he's from South Carolina. And if you see that group of people that was at his wife's funeral yesterday, you will know that racism is dead. We have a lot of problems, no doubt about that, but it's not racism. It's corruption. It is corruption. It's greed, jealousy, envy, and pure ignorance. We need to get together and work with people who are willing to bury that body, because every time somebody rent or mortgage needs to be paid, they start the black and white issue. Then the next minute you see that person black and the other person white, they're sitting in a bar in the nighttime figuring out how they're going to spend money. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I'm Brett Barry, and I live over in Charlestown Estates. I'm here today because I'm concerned about the proposal to erect 25-story buildings in West Ashley. While many, including myself, want to see Citadel Mall revitalized, we must make sure that the proposal respects the surrounding community. 25-story buildings would be larger than anything even built downtown. It would resemble Atlanta more than it would resemble West Ashley. Therefore, I request that when you vote on changing the zoning for Citadel Mall, that the meeting be held in West Ashley. Residents cannot be expected to travel down here on a weekday at 5 o'clock, although many did today. And second, that you support a reasonable height restriction that respects West Ashley's suburban character. We want revitalization, not overdevelopment. Look at downtown. We see more cranes than we do church steeples, more apartment buildings going up. I don't even recognize Meeting Street from just a couple years ago. We don't need the traffic congestion out in West Ashley. We do need revitalization, but not overdevelopment. Thank you for considering my requests.
Okay. Ben Chase, Leah Farrell, Stephen Rubin, Joseph L. Watson. In that order, please.
Thank you. Just like to make a couple of points. One, in Ways and Means, where the about a third of the budget for the African American Museum is coming from the City of Charleston Accommodations Tax Revenue Bond, $13 million, and the Charleston County Accommodations Tax, $12 million. And on the agenda tonight, a hotel ordinance I wholeheartedly support. Thank you.
Good evening, Leah Farrell with the Preservation Society of Charleston. I want to speak to the hotel ordinance. We're almost there. We want to thank council, the mayor, city staff, planning commission, the task force, and all the residents who helped to shape a strong framework for a well-balanced community. We're pleased by many of the amendments that came forth from the council. We think it was an addition to what was proposed to you. We feel it's thoughtful, it's effective, and it's going to get the job done, so we urge you to give it third and final reading this evening. And just a quick note on the rooftop use ordinance tonight. We think it's a good start and certainly needed in our residential community, but we do think that it warrants further consideration. Additional community input would certainly be helpful to strengthen this. We'd like to see things like traffic considered, impacts to historic buildings, visibility. So we would recommend that perhaps it goes back to the task force for further study and consideration. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Watson. I'm still at 60, a little close to the mic. My name is Joseph Watson. I stay at 62 America Street. Living on that corner for 61 years, since April the 1st of 1958. I like the idea they're talking about naming the park after my mother and the things that she's done on that corner. She came to that corner because she prayed to God and asked where she can raise her 3 children. And she kept dreaming over and over of new boards being on the floor. Her class leader in Ebenezer said, that's where God wants you at. But not for the children, not for me only, but what she done and helping the community and how she served them and not just serving and wanting money to come across the counter to her. You know, people often come in and look at the picture on the wall of her, but they don't notice that there are car keys, door keys, money in certain places because people trusted her that much. Often when she had the restaurant back then, she would serve people in the community who didn't have food. People still come and tell me how she fed them back in the 50s. Those things that my mother did on that corner was from her heart. And as her middle child, noticing what she was doing, I was always concerned and wanted to help because I wasn't going to leave my mother on that corner by herself and just live my life. So I appreciate what we're talking about doing. I want to see it go forth, but I want us to understand that everything that we do here in Charleston is a reflection of some of the things I see in her. We do it from our heart, our desire. Even the simple thing of sharing a smile or a good morning is important because you don't know who all you helping. You look at that corner and how they talk about how we didn't have any crime or people standing on the corner. Politely, she asked people not to be there. But I ask you, yes, we can put that plaque there, but also it's important that we continue to talk about those things we can do as citizens, appreciating this life that we have together. Thank you.
Are you Stephen? Okay.
Stephen Rubin, 1742 Sam Rittenberg Boulevard, West Ashley. It's been said that everything has been said already, but not everybody has said it. I feel that my statement must be repeated until revitalization is accomplished to benefit us all equally and intelligently. When my wife and I moved to from Connecticut to South Carolina 6 years ago, we were greeted by the charm and the small city with historic acclaim. It appeared that the tallest structure was a church steeple. Traffic was less, but getting worse every day. Now we are contemplating a high-rise building combined with parking and retail development. One such structure is being mentioned to be located at the Citadel Mall area. High-rise buildings are not what I bargained for. It is not what you bargained for. Besides changing the skyscape, the added pressure of police, fire, EMS, hospital, traffic, and clearly schools is drastic. Please, let's not change our wonderful Charleston. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, the council.
Okay, next we will have, let's see, Joseph Marsland, Valerie Perry, Judith Fry, and Phil Dustin. Is it John? What did I say?
It's John.
John Marsland. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm John Marsland. I'm the current president of Historic Ansonboro Neighborhood Association. I've got a couple of brief comments this evening. First, I had the pleasure and privilege of serving as a task force member for the accommodations overlay ordinance before you tonight for third reading, and I would recommend wholeheartedly supporting the ordinance as currently drafted. I think it's an excellent output from a lot of hard work. Should I put this up a little? And I think the process has resulted in a much better product than we started with. The rest of my comments pertain to the rooftop usage ordinance before you for first reading. We support a comprehensive approach to rooftop usage, which originally we were talking about strictly for hotels, but I think the idea of coming back with a more comprehensive approach to rooftop usage across the usage options is a good idea. I think the draft before you is a very good first step, but I do think there are several areas for improvement or refinement. Things such as it currently includes amplified music, but there are things like televisions and video monitors that also contribute to noise. Definition currently focuses on eating and drinking establishments but principally from a commercial perspective. There are also issues as it pertains to residential or apartment buildings or office buildings and their rooftop usage. Language around spread of noise, I think, can be refined. We've got examples throughout the community where there are more specific language that I think would be easier to enforce. I think issues around distance, the current proposal is 150 feet. Mr. Lindsay, I think, will share with you some information that there are currently 17 rooftop businesses on the peninsula. On average, they are 347 feet from a residential district. In fact, 12 of the 17 are greater than 250 feet from a residential zone. I think if you look at the existing landscape, I think you'll find that 150 is probably too close. And finally, I think there's an opportunity to consider operating hours, whether it's in the zoning portion of the ordinance or elsewhere in the ordinance. Thank you.
Good evening, Valerie Perry, 231 Grove Street. But I'm representing Historic Charleston Foundation this evening, my employer. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Tecklenburg, members of council. I just want to address two things. That would be the accommodations ordinance as well as rooftop bars. Historic Charleston Foundation has been very involved with the accommodations ordinance from the very beginning. We feel that it's in a very fine position now after so much work from city staff and so many other people who have worked on it. Regarding rooftops, the gentleman who spoke before me spoke so eloquently about it. We too have concerns regarding the different businesses that could have possible rooftops and how close they could be to neighborhoods and how they could affect neighborhoods, again, with noise, and that the ordinance may need to be looked at as city staff does so thoughtfully all the time. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
I'm Judith Fry. I live West Ashley, Ashley Hall Manor, and I'm very worried about the proposed construction at Citadel Mall. 25-story buildings are absolutely out of scale with everything there. And I went to the presentation that was given by the developer at the mall, and I felt it was less than honest. All the images shown were much lower level than this 25 stories that everybody's throwing around. Nothing concrete at all. And some of the remarks weren't even reasonable. He's making like the people who live there are going to come down 526, they're going to live there, and then they're going to go back up 526. We're not going to feel the effect of all these people in, what, 500 apartments? It's not reasonable. I think it really, really needs a second look. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Phil Dustin, Burden Creek. In my business, we often gather data and put together a quick look report, and that's what I want to hand out to you tonight. While everybody was running away from Dorian, my colleague Rich Thomas and I were actually running around putting out instruments, trying to get an idea of the flood to capture what was going to happen. And it was a fascinating experience because Dorian came by, almost no wind, gave us 6 inches of rain in a 9-hour period and then left. As a matter of fact, it left so fast it pulled the water offshore. And what we did was we took the watersheds in Burden Creek Basin and we partitioned them into one that had been heavily developed with planned unit developments, a lot of fill and build development. We took another one that was an older development area and then 2 forested watersheds. And you can very clearly see that there's a huge bolus of water that comes out of the watershed that was developed. And it's a fascinating study. And I sent Dale Morris and David Wagner from the Dutch Dialogues, and Dale wrote back, he said, your measurements are interesting and confirm what we already know. And science is often just that, confirming what's obvious. So moving on, I think what this really shows is that fill and build development area is actually the work of the Planning Commission. And I think it's time we have more responsible, law-abiding people on the Planning Commission that take these things seriously and really begin to realize the repercussions of their work. And I think it's time to have somebody from Johns Island or James Island on that planning commission. And the urgency for this has all been sort of highlighted by a story that just came out today in the New York Times and the U.S. News and World Report saying, builders profit, owners worry amid disaster area development. This is the work of the News 21 group that was here this summer working with myself and Anna Zimmerman and Rich Thomas and other people. And in it, there's a lovely quote. I have to thank Councilmember Jackson. The developers are pushing the envelope and really endangering whole areas. So I thank you for that perception. Thank you.
Okay. The last two are Susan Bass and Jenny Jarmuth. Something like that?
While Ms. Bass is
Jenny?
coming to the microphone, I know council knows this, but I'll remind you and let the public know that on this Thursday at 6 o'clock at the Gilliard, we have the full presentation of our Dutch dialogue study. 6 o'clock this Thursday, it's open to the public, so I invite everyone to come.
I'm Susan Bass. I live at 18 State Street, and as a member of the Hotel Task Force and president of our neighborhood association, I just will reiterate what I said last council meeting. I urge everybody to pass the hotel ordinance. We put a lot of work into it. I think it makes a lot of sense, and it's been refined in such a way that I think that while it may not be absolutely perfect, I think it's something we can work with. The other thing I'd like to speak to is the proposed rooftop bar ordinance, which will get its first reading this evening. And I too think it's a great first start, but also believe that there are a number of issues that maybe need to be elaborated. I'll quickly review those, and some of those, I guess great minds think alike, because John Marsland and I have some of the same comments. Consider the definition of eating and drinking places, and perhaps something like commercial and or residential event spaces. Also, there's a condition about architectural features that will minimize the spread of noise. My question is, who shall determine what that would be and who would monitor that? The other big consideration I had was the 150 feet, and as you heard John say, that's pretty close. And lastly, hours of operation. I would hope that even if an establishment was able to get a rooftop bar and had hours to 2 a.m., that we could have an 11 p.m. close for something like that at the latest. But thank you for your work, and I really hope we can move forward with these two ordinances. Thank you.
And thank you for your service, both you and John, on the Hotel Task Force. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Gurmuth. I am here with Seaman Whiteside on behalf of my client for the request. The request for annexation of the 4 properties off of Savannah Highway and Hughes Road. I'm just wanting to let you know I'm available for questions or if you have any concerns that you would like us to speak with.
And what matter was that again, ma'am?
The annexation off of Savannah Highway and Hughes Road.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
We deferred it already.
Earlier today?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
But
you.
we're going to have our planning department meet with you and discuss.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. All right, so thank you all for participating. Did we miss anybody? I think we got everybody. Thank you all for sharing those thoughts. Next is our appointments to the Citizens Police Advisory Council. Can I entertain a motion? Yes, sir. Councilmember Griffin.
This is the second one that was sent out because this is not for Joe Lacey. He's going to remain, right?
Yeah, it's clear, that Joe is included on this one. Absolutely. Yes, sir. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, we wanted to give a short report on 1 or 2 items from the West Ashley Revitalization Commission. I think we're going to have the screen available with a few things.
Alan's going to come up and give us a presentation.
Just got a little bit of setup. Won't take very long.
Okay. Councilmember Shea, do you want to give us intro of any kind?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Madam Clerk. So the West Ashley Revitalization Commission last met on September the 11th at Citadel Mall, and we received a report from Mr. Lindsay on the status of the redevelopment of what we call the former Piggly Wiggly site. So Alan's going to give us sort of a historical background on, I think you are anyhow, on the history of the site and where we're headed with the development of this and the steps that we've taken along those lines. While he's doing that, I can give you my paper, excuse me.
Well, sort of did myself in with all these words that I brought today, so I hope this is an okay place to make my presentation. Thanks for bearing with me. I mean, you've got a lot of material over the past couple of years that we've been developing, working on this project. What are the biggest Oh, thank you. Forgive me, I don't come here very often. One of the biggest things I want to share with you tonight is the timeline. As you can see from the timeline, we created the work in 2016. We conducted a design study that was very preliminary before we knew what was going to happen with the intersection. We purchased the site, and that's in 2017. Plan West Ashley was adopted in 2018. The building was demolished in the middle of that year, and then we began design development through a great deal of public input. At this time, we began working with the county on the redesign of the intersection. During the public input period, what we heard was, we really need this intersection redesigned. And so working closely with them, we had several meetings, we had several design iterations, and as we went through all the design iterations of the county's intersection, we emerged with two. And as most people know, the two that were presented to the community were not favored. So at the July work meeting, we heard from the community, and we said, well, we're going to rethink this design. And so what that led us to is a design configuration that was based on an intersection that really, what I would say, hemmed us in. The design configuration that came from the county would have limited access to the site. It would have limited the use of the site to mainly office because the access limitations that were imposed on the site by the intersection design would have prevented a retail user from being able to get onto the site. That's really a long-winded way of saying that after the July WARC meeting, it really gave us a great opportunity to really simplify things, to go back to a very modest scale redevelopment scheme that is in keeping with the scale, character, and context of its surroundings, that introduces walkability within the triangle, what I call the triangle that's shared with the adjacent shopping center, to take Sumar Street, which is a city street, and do what we want to with it, adding traffic calming features like medians, crosswalks, street trees, and really beautifying the entrance to this site. And since we did not go with any of the county's intersection configurations, we're not limited on the sides of the site to access. And what that means is that we're able to reintroduce retail, which is what most of the community really wanted. A place to go and gather, a place to have meetings. And so that brings us to the Civic building that presents itself at the very front of the site. In plan view, the Civic building is designed as sort of a modernist structure because we were thinking about a performance hall. But then just in the past week or so, we've kind of reverted back to a more neo-traditional structure because we feel like that is more civic in nature. It has a lot more doors and windows that can be celebrated. It's very stately as it presents itself to the intersection. And we've also got an opportunity for usable open space with perhaps a water feature that would really emphasize the gateway nature of this site. The configuration of this site and its angularity is a great opportunity. That's why everyone says gateway, because it's really what you see when you get here. A couple more features about the site is that, like I said, we have a lot of walkability. We have sidewalks that connect to the main sidewalk system. We have a small amount of green space. We have plenty of parking for every use on the site. The buildings, in terms of the scale, are 1 to 2 stories, so they fit well into the surroundings. And we've even done a little bit of planning on the adjacent shopping center for them, so that the two sites can go well together in terms of connectivity and what I call an urban form transition, which infilling buildings on their site would really help to complete the overall triangle. And that's really all I have.
Mr. Mayor, let me just comment on a couple of points on this. So the holdup on presenting this before council was back when we met with the county officials on the redesign of this intersection. So the first plans that came out were 4 alternatives that were presented back in December of 2018. So we received a lot of comments from those 4 alternative plans. County went back to the drawing board on that and then came out, as Alan mentioned a few moments ago, with 2 plans which were presented back in the spring, early summer of 2019. And it's important to note that many of the designs that we saw, many of the preliminary designs on how to redesign Highway 7 171 intersection would have had an impact on this piece of property. And some of the designs that I saw, which we were immediately rejected, included a roundabout out here. So we just realized we could not proceed with how to address this site if those kind of designs were being floated around. Those went off the table rather quickly about the roundabouts and other things. But there were also some other things that we saw, including we had Clemson Extension Service, as noted on the timetable, present some ideas for us as well. So part of the delay is the 2 things we wanted to do. We wanted to see where the county was going to come from on proposed redevelopment of the site. And as Alan mentioned, we're leaving the intersection the way it is. There are going to be around the Sumar Street section and on the San Rittenberg area and on Old Town Road, other things that we're going to do that I think will enhance this neighborhood and enhance this area to provide connectivity, which is one of the main things that we heard when we did the Plan West Ashley. Connectivity, connectivity, connectivity. And it was connectivity from these neighborhoods, including Ashley Hall Manor, Northbridge, Sandhurst, Charlestown Estates, and I'm not trying to leave anybody out, but just to give you sort of a flavor that folks wanted an opportunity to get to this area, and you can do that with some enhancements with crosswalks and pedestrian walks and bike paths as well. So the county is looking at what they can do to enhance Sumar Street and this particular intersection that is surrounded by this plan. So part of the delay included, we wanted to make sure we were headed with this intersection. And as Alan mentioned earlier, and I think this is critical, and I want to underscore this several times, we received several inputs from the community, including the form that we had back in 2018, as to what folks were looking for out here. And this is the gateway, and I've repeated this several times to this council and other times, this is a gateway to one of our most precious assets that we have in the city of Charleston. That's Charlestown Landing. And as many of you know, that we're planning to commemorate the 350th anniversary of the founding of Charlestown Landing and founding of Charleston. Charlestown Landing is just down the street from here. And the site that we're looking at has to be beautiful. It has to be magnificent. It has to make a statement to the community as to who we are as Charlestonians and who we are as folks who live in West Ashley. So we want to make sure that the site conforms to the nature and the character of the community. We don't want to overbuild this. And we want to make sure that it is the gateway into the city of Charleston. So that's why we are proceeding somewhat slow with this process, because we want to get it right. We want the community input on this. It's critically important that the community have a say into what they want out here. I think we're getting to that point, and Alan, I just can't tell you thank you enough for the diligence that you've shown on this project. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. With all due respect, I mean, I can understand that it would take a little bit of time to put this together, but I have a hard time believing that it's taken 2 years to come up with a design like this. I mean, we floated these ideas around several times. I think at the end of the day, Some other people wanted other designs, like maybe a spot for a bus stop and some other things over there on that property. But ultimately, this makes the most sense. But the one thing that I'm really concerned about is, we can't really fund anything right now. How are we going to fund this? And I don't even want to get into that. I just want to know if there have been any estimates or preliminary numbers of what something like this would cost. I know that there's a chance we could use TIF money eventually out of this because it's in the TIF district, right, this property? But I'm just wondering how much something like this would cost compared to maybe some of these other ones that have already been done.
Well, all of this is the same scheme, but unfortunately, we haven't done any cost estimation on this particular scheme. But we think it really pencil out because it has sufficient parking, it's got great visibility, it's at a modest scale, there are an abundance of building types just like it, and when we engage the private sector in an RFQ process, we're going to solicit ideas from design and development teams, experts in the private sector that will really start to shape this development and do costing for and with us in order to implement this project. So this will be a public-private partnership, and we'll have the funding force behind that through the private sector. But it's much too early to really run those calculations at this point in time.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I basically just wanted to make the comment and I guess the assumption, Mr. Davis, that this is the same presentation that was at the mall when the Epic Center was also being presented that same night. So for people who can't see here, it was the display that was already done a couple of weeks ago. And I think those points were same points, Councilmember Griffin, were made at the time, that you have to start with the layout, and I do think that the whole traffic constraints, the design of what kind of a gateway road system really has been the challenge that needed to be solved first. So I think that this is a great opportunity for people to put something in their mind, but it's not going to happen tomorrow. And so I think we've got a lot of hurdles to get over, but it really does help to have something that has a vision as you're driving in and out of Sam Ritt and Folly Road Extended. You can look over there, see where all the debris is right now, and envision that this will be a community center that will define West Ashley and put it on the map. I always tell my friends to come into Charleston on Route 7. I mean, it's just a much easier way to get to where I live on the James Island, Johns Island, Folly Road axis. So I think it's going to be a really fun new adventure for people that have never thought about Charleston as having that kind of wide open territory that yet has a character that is already there, and we just need to, make the most of it. So, thank you.
So this is a conceptual plan. The one additional drawing from the time a couple of weeks ago at Citadel Mall is this rendition here. It's just a concept at this point, but it really is Alan's done an incredible job, by the way. This has all been done by in-house staff, by Alan and our design team. And the point, of course, is to have just a civic building that is impressive and has a public space. He shows a fountain there. It's conceptual, but it's a great step in the right direction. Councilmember Wagner?
Yep, flip that back over one more time.
This is the backside of the development along Sumar Street.
Right.
Right. I mean, what I've seen here and what we saw a couple of weeks ago, that's by far the best thing we've seen yet. Yet is the key word. If I'm looking at this, let's put everything in perspective, because not everybody's from West Ashley, just most of the good folks. All right, Highway 7 running basically west at that time. It's actually, I think it shows itself as south, but you come down there this time of day, you're looking at the sun, so I'd say that's close to west. But anyway, 171 going this way. Where's Sumar Street?
Sumar Street is right here.
Okay, now we have a boundary. So we have one major building at the tip, and then one each in the other two corners of the triangle. Where's the parking? You said that, I heard the words plenty of parking, and I know that's on a bunch of folks' minds. And show me, how much, I guess conceptually, okay, how many cars are we going to be able to park under that particular rendition?
In this parking field, I have 150 parking spaces, which is more than enough for the uses shown. And in Sumar Street, I have an additional 16 on-street parking spaces, which would serve as overflow for some of this development. And if we do this intersection and work with our neighbors, we would be able to do a shared parking scenario.
Which was my next point. The two buildings across the street aren't there yet. So we're looking at 3 for us and 2 for somebody else to be determined. And then we'll call that revitalization. But, you know, that's kind of, I just need these folks to understand exactly where we're at, because it's ultimately going to cost us money. And it's kind of a strange looking thing. That's still going to be 2 lanes going out, 2 lanes coming in with a turn lane, right? If I'm looking at 171 coming back toward Charleston.
Are you referring to Old Town Road?
Yes.
There has been no changes to San Brittenberg or Old Town Road, other than the occasional concrete median and maybe a landscape median to control access, actually improve access to adjacent sites.
Okay. Okay. So just to be clear, we're not going to be walking across those lanes, across from either Highway 7 or from over on the other side to get into there. We're not going to have any crosswalks.
That's correct. The county's intersection improvements introduced crosswalks at strategic locations. We've been having a lot of difficulty getting crosswalks at these locations because of the proximity of other crosswalks. So DOT has a minimal signal spacing that really interrupts us a complete intersection at this location.
And the suicide merge is still there because we couldn't do anything countywide with it. I mean, it's still 4 lanes and 4 lanes coming to 3.
Correct. The county concluded with a no-build scenario.
Right. Okay. Councilmember White?
Just be sure.
That's right.
So just a little quick history. Before we saw this, the previous West Ashley Revitalization Commission, that the first conceptual plan was brought forward, was significantly denser, parking decks, the whole 9 yards, and it was not met with much favoritism, and so we ended up with this. This is obviously a much better rendition of what should happen there. A couple of things in that: you've got street trees, planted medians, underground, you don't see any power lines, all underground wiring. This is what I would say, as I hear people talking about the revitalization of West Ashley, looks like this, not highly dense, not parking decks and all that. So just as we went through that iteration to get to this outcome, I want to go to the other bookend that we heard earlier, Epic Center, and let's take ourselves through that same exercise with the developer. And again, this is their PUD, and it's a little different, but the reality is that the same input was heard at West Ashley Revitalization Commission with regards to the other bookend, and that's Epic Center. And I want to point out something that, you know, there was this discussion about a 25-story building. Well, at 10 floors per story, that's 250 feet. Just to put that in perspective, from the water level to the bottom of the Ravenel Bridge is 220 feet. So just kind of put that into perspective. Is that what's right at the other bookend? So I commend you. I think you took the input that you heard and you adjusted it to something that's much more, and as you put it, in scale and appropriate for the area. I would just encourage you, or whoever works with and planning with those folks at Epic, to mirror and do a very similar process with their PUD, because I think this is much, in my mind, much more what I think and believe when I think of revitalization of West Ashley. It's much more in scale with this.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? Councilmember Griffin? Oh, Waring first, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Age before beauty.
Well, you had spoken once before. I try to catch everybody for round 1 and then come back to round 2.
The Civic Center portion, how many square feet are that? Do you have an estimate of how large that would be?
25,000 square feet, 2 stories.
25,000. And the other two buildings?
The retail building on the west side would be about 9,000 square feet, and this would be 2 7,000 square foot stories, probably a restaurant below and maybe an office above, so a total of 14,000 square feet.
You know, one thing that's been very successful in the areas of West Ashley that has been revitalized, and one of the areas I would point out would be the South Windermere area, as well as the Avondale area. Those villages were enhanced. They were villages before, and they're much more fun, quite frankly, today. But they were made more pedestrian friendly. I don't see any bike lanes. I don't see any, again, how do you get from one side to the other? You've got Northbridge to my right, making it easier for people. For example, if somebody wants to jump in their golf cart and drive to the Civic Center, how's that accomplished? So it's a nice picture, and we headed in the right direction, but if we don't come up with, one of the things about Sam Rittenberg and Old Town Road, we already have the rights of way and easements that the city and county already own. So we don't have to go out and buy 10 feet to be able to put a bike pedestrian lane on Sam Rittenberg or Old Town Road. And certainly with us already owning a portion of property that abuts Sumar Street, we can control pedestrian bike lane there. I think it's a good start, headed in the right direction, but we're not there yet. This is designed to move cars, and if you're trying to get from Bilo or the old Blue Cross and Blue Shield building, which would be the top of your drawing.
Here's the plan, and the intersection you're describing is up here.
Okay, so if you were to go to the, I guess, the north side of where the Civic Center would be, the point of the triangle, okay? Now, there's a shopping center below. That's right. That's right. How does a pedestrian or a biker or somebody on a golf cart get from one side to the other?
That is an excellent question. When we were working with the county, we were working aggressively with them to include as many intersections as possible where it made sense. Mainly where it made sense was at either end of Sumar Street. The configurations that we ended up with at the final version of the county's iterations did include signalization at Sumar Street to enable that east-west flow. Without a design of the intersection, we do not have those intersections. Without a design of the entire roadway to retrofit intersections to make them more pedestrian friendly and make more sense, you can't get across this street.
Well, I mean, I understand the county had its 6 iterations and the public came out against it. Where are our iterations? We just sit back and play catch with the county? Do we have the creativity? Do we have the sources that we can go to say, you know what? These are our thoughts, and take that to the county for them to consider. Right now, we're playing catch, and let me answer that question. We're playing catch, and the county's calling the pitch. And quite frankly, we own the property. We made the capital investment from taxpayers' dollars to control that site, and I don't see our creativity to say, I think what the county, I appreciate what the county has done, but frankly, I think we need to go a step further and say, you know what? We can consult transportation experts too and come up with something that works for this village, because when we get connectivity to simply be able to get from one side of the road to the other, then I think the shopping center where the T-Bones and I forget the new restaurant now, but it was Manny's Grill and all of that would be revitalized, and you begin to take on success as has been created in South Windermere and Avondale. Thank you.
Back to Councilmember Griffin.
Just a
couple more questions. First one, excuse me, I'm going to point these things out to you. That picture right there, the Civic Gateway building, on that map, and this one right here below match up. The one on the front is different. So I was wondering what thought process went into that, because when I saw the picture for the first time sitting in this meeting, I thought that was a church up at the, which,
No, it looked like a church.
look, I have no problem with it looking like a church, but other people may have a problem with that. So how did we come up with that design? It kind of reminds me a little bit of City Hall here, but I thought that somebody was building a church right there. So even if we want to stick with that design, we need to make sure we explain well that that is the civic building. And to piggyback on that, what sort of civic services have we talked about hosting? Because I always said this would be a great place for residents west of the Ashley to go to be able to pay their business license and some other bills so that they don't have to go downtown, and maybe an opportunity for us to hold more meetings west of the Ashley and that sort of thing.
Yeah, those are really great questions. When we laid out the plan, we did so, we laid out the civic building with a mast that has a triangular shape. So it orients itself orthogonally along the site to really engage the parking lot, but it aligns that way to make the parking bays make sense. And then this bay in this location is turned such that it presents itself a little bit differently than, to the intersection. What this resulted in was a more modern form. And so what we realized that we were designing in concept was something that may not be reading as truly civic in the way that we're in this very civic building, and a way that is true to Charleston. I will say that style and the detailed design of the building will be up to our design team and the architects that they bring along. But what we've got here are two different styles of the same building that work very well. And then after we kind of realized that we designed a modern building that may not go too well on the site, we designed this one. And it does look a little bit like a church, because a lot of civic buildings look a little bit like a church. But this is a concept. This is just a massing model. We're going to have a lot of architects on the team. They're going to come in and have great ideas. This is really just to inform folks of the style, not style, but the configuration and orientation and the type of building that we want to see. We want to have a ground floor that really opens up to the plaza space. We want to have something that presents itself really well to the intersection. We want to have something that really reads as stately and civic in nature and opens up to both sides. But to your program question, this building is capable of holding a small meeting space, probably about the size of this room, on the first or second level in this back portion. The original building, the way it was configured, was in pursuit of a small performance center that also had an indoor-outdoor kind of function. And you're certainly capable of getting some small retail on the ground floor of this building, or it may be somewhere where you go pay your bill. But we're going to pursue that, and we're going to pursue that in the request for qualifications process, where development teams and their architects will come in and introduce and work with us on some pro forma.
Councilmember Shade.
Mr. Moody, did you want to go?
Oh, I didn't see you. Councilmember Moody.
Yeah, I want to follow up a little bit on that. It almost felt to me like we were putting a building there, we didn't know what we were going to do with it. Is that not better used as retail space or something? I mean, that could be used, a private business could go in there and we could, work with them to get a fountain and make that the gateway. I'm not sure where I'm going to get the money to pay for that building to sit there and not be used all the time. And so that would be my concern about this whole project is we need something there that's very functional. If we don't have any money for niceties. It'd be nice to have a building over there. We've got the schoolhouse and other places that could provide some of that civic stuff, but you have to pay for it. I assume you'd have to pay for this too, or would it be free? And then that's a whole nother discussion. So that's a great retail spot to me.
The three main things that we're bringing to the deal on this is A, we own the land. B, there's a TIF here, so we can probably use some funding from that to make improvements to incentivize the kind of development that we want. and see this is an excellent visibility location that people are going to want to be. So the retail space will work very well at this location, at any of the three corners. Because
I mean,
we've got
retail that would look like that would be perfect. But I'm afraid of the use.
And back to Councilmember Shade, and he may address meetings we've had, Councilmember Waring, with the county about reviewing all the pedestrian accessibility, not just at this corner, but really within about a 4 or 5 block area.
Yeah.
Councilmember Shade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to respond to some of the comments, and I appreciate everything that council has discussed on here, because all those points are very vital to this process. And Councilmember White, I think you sort of hit the nail right on the head with the process. I mean, you know, and the delays have been because we want citizen input on this project, and we want to make sure that this fits into the character of the neighborhood. I come out of Southgate every day, and I'll be looking at exactly this project when it's completed. And so we've got to have the citizen input on this thing to make sure that this is acceptable to our residents, and it fits the conceptual design of all of this. My very first meeting I had with constituents after I got elected to office was this concern, was a concern about, as you mentioned, Councilmember Waring, about getting over to this area. And the comments we heard about what we wanted to do with this part of this property was the Avondale approach to it, and that was a huge discussion on that. And the mayor and I met early on back in March of 2016 with the county with some ideas that we had, and you're right, Councilman Waring, we've got to take the lead on this as to making sure that the connectivity with this, so we can get over there by bicycle, on foot, if a golf cart, if that's our preferred means of transportation. But I am very clear as to what folks want over here. They want to be able to get over to this particular piece of property without having to use their vehicle. And so we've got to make this safe. This intersection carries, according to what the county has advised us, 42,000 cars daily. That's one of the highest traveled, if not the highest traveled intersection in the county. And so accomplishing those goals is going to be something challenging, but we've got to use our imaginary juices and our energy to make sure that whatever we put in here, that we can get to it by means of foot or bicycle or golf cart. And to Councilmember Moody's point, I don't want this to be a dead building. I mean, this is the tip of the TIF. And so we want to make sure that it has a good public use. And I've told Eric that we may be sticking him over here as a West Ashley project manager. That may be an ideal location for him, that he's located in West Ashley at this facility. And I think that maybe putting city facilities over here, city offices over here, would be a great idea, maybe even a police substation or some other police functions. We want activity in this building. We don't want it just to remain dormant, and at 5 o'clock we have meetings, even though I do want this to be available for citizens to use either as for small performances or in the idea, because we are struggling. Every neighborhood association in this district struggles to have a meeting location. We were at the mercy of churches and other organizations to use their facilities, which they're wonderful to do that with. But if we could use it as a meeting location, that would be a wonderful opportunity as well. So this is conceptual. We're going to need all 12 members of council's input on this project. I appreciate the concerns that we have and the comments that we've got on this thing, but we're just trying to push this thing forward as best we can so we make sure we get this thing taken care of. So thank you all.
I just want to make one last point in that we have to remember at the end of the day, we spent city funds to purchase this site, which means that this site belongs to the residents of Charleston, every one of them. Not just you, not just me, not what you want, not what I want. It's what all these people want. And so if we don't have a million public meetings about this, then we've failed as council members. Because this might be the gateway to West Ashley, but at the end of the day, our tax-paying residents put their faith in us to make this site the best part of West Ashley, something that millions of people will see, not just residents, but everybody that goes along I-26, everybody that comes into West Ashley. And, we need more public input because, I mean, I like where we're going. We're getting better. But we've got a lot of people that live in this city, and they deserve to be heard on this subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Alan. I appreciate all your good work on it.
I just have a quick question. You mentioned very briefly in your comments, a TIF. If this property is owned by the city and we're going to get in the development business, it's not going to generate any revenues that go into a TIF, right? The money would flow from the TIF back to it. This would create no revenues for the TIF whatsoever.
It could likely be subdivided to where a couple of the buildings on Sumar Street are in the private realm, and the civic building on the corner remains
So that's
public.
kind of what I want to get to my point. I mean, what you've shown here is a conceptual plan where the city effectively is acting as the developer, the agent of the developer. There are other options for people here in the community looking at not only good development, but development that actually helps do other things like beautify West Ashley, help with drainage and all those things. I mean, we could do the one thing that we're best at, and that is zoning rather than development, and also we can enhance West Ashley, give opportunity for growth, and fund the TIF through private development, not public development. Everyone's pointed to Avondale as a perfect example. That's 100% private development, right? The government, we, the city, are not involved in that. So I just think as we think about this, the role that the city plays has to be part of the public conversation, and it may be that we want to zone it, partner with a development team, and sell it, because that's how we ultimately are going to make money at this. And so this is a great concept, but I'm not sure we're the best entity in the world, that being the city of Charleston, to be the developer of this, right? We bought this back because we didn't like what was coming. Probably a pretty good idea to put it back out there in the public realm to generate revenues for the city. So just a thought.
Mr. Mayor, I have one additional comment, please. I would just harken back to prior to Charleston Place being built. Those of us who are old enough to remember that, it was a blighted area. You didn't hang around down there after the sun went down. And you know what? Today, because we got trash stored over there, this is a blighted area, okay? But when the city incentivized, and you were formerly part of that team, the revitalization, if you will, of Charleston Place and the empty buildings that were around Charleston Place, Hyman Seafoods, for those who don't remember, we didn't call them homeless back then, they were called hobos. Hobos used to live in the shell of Hyman Seafood, okay? But look at it today. But again, Councilman Seeking's right on that. The city incentivized through zoning, actually through UDAG grant money. And you know what? It's 100% privately owned, and that TIF funded for, I don't know, 15, 20 years, additional infrastructure. So I'm just trying to think, what part of the city of Charleston, which is one of the most successful stories of revitalization, in particular after the base left Charleston and all the jobs and economic impact for that left with it, payrolls left with it, we are a template for the rest of the country how to make a comeback. How many successful economic initiatives in the city of Charleston was done by a civic center? So I would say that's a good start. That's why I say it's a good start. And if we are going to put some sort of portion of this for the civic center, does it compete with the Gilliard for space, or does it complement the Gilliard? Because, Ms. Wharton, how many bonds did the city issue in the public-private partnership? We talk about our capacity to pay for things, but how many bonds did we issue for the Gilliard, the $142 million renovation?
Just one.
How much was that?
I'm sorry.
How much was that bond?
I don't remember, it's like 70 million?
That's right,
Yeah.
71 million. So when you start talking about civic centers, obviously this isn't going to be as large or grandiose, but you're talking about serious capital that, again, will not benefit the TIF. And the TIF has been so successful for the city of Charleston that we know today. So,
While he's wrapping up, Councilmember Waring, that's a good example of Charleston Place. As you know, it was a project that the city was heavily involved in, and in fact, the city purchased those buildings where the hobos were in order to chop them all off in order to build a parking garage that really helped make the development possible that the city owns. So that we had skin in the game there. When we had our public input on this site over a year ago, and I think both online and in person, we had about 1,000 people participate. There was a real constant drumbeat that some civic use of the property was desired. And so I think that's the direction we're headed. We're going to put together an excellent development team to take this concept to the next stage that's going to look at the finances and making the numbers work and whether a civic function, still works there. And we'll continue to get citizens' input as we go along. And I wanted to just a little more address the county's role in improvements in the region, because when they decided to the no-build scenario for the intersection, they committed from Orange Grove Road up to the car wash and down to Donahue Street to look at the complete perimeter in terms of sidewalks and pedestrian improvements, and they'll be spending a lot less money than they would have if they'd done the intersection improvements. So they are committed to working with us in making as best improvements as we can for accessibility, and that will be a county project. They've already announced that they would do that.
Mr. Mayor, one last comment.
Yes, sir.
When we come back with iterations to us, and I would hope we don't come back with any iterations that doesn't have the multimodal aspect to it. In other words, it's got to start someplace.
Yes,
and
sir.
the best place for it to start is with us. So those bike lanes, it's just too easy to put a 10-foot bike pedestrian lane up in those areas because of the easements and rights of way that we already have access to.
I agree. Yes, sir. All right. So, yes, ma'am. Okay. Announce. If someone left or lost their keys, they've been left with the security guard. They might check and see if you still got your keys on you. We found a set of keys. Okay, next is a discussion about the SIB applications for flooding and transportation projects. Councilmember Seekings. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we have number 8 first. Thank you very much. A zoning ordinance change. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, this was a zoning ordinance that came before us, and when it was West Ashley, and we had deferred because I wanted to make sure that the gentleman who was wanted to do this his property in the accommodation overlay be able to get into the community and talk to the community organization and the churches that he's abutting to. And he had done that because I met with both of them, both churches. Well, one of the churches I couldn't get in contact with, I called many times and left messages and never got back with me. So I said, once I call 3 or 4 or 5 times and leave messages and they get back with me, then I said they're probably not interested in it. So he have done his due diligence so far as I'm concerned. So what I'm doing is asking for, you can proceed with this, that we're going to put his property in the overlay, since most of the properties on that street, on Hughes Street, is in the overlay already. So he'll be just added to overlay. Whatever he's going to build there, he still have to go back through planning, and he's going to have to still go back through the, if he's planning a hotel there, I don't know, he'll still have to go through the task force on that particular issue. But the only thing we are doing here today is adding his property to the accommodation overlay. That's it. So I'm asking for approval of that.
Second. All right, got a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Jackson, then Shealy.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I was traveling, and my only comment when I read this item, Councilmember Mitchell, was, and I must have misremembered, because I thought we'd actually denied this, so we...
I believe that's correct. It was denied. Yes, ma'am.
Are they eligible to come back for a new zone?
I understand since Councilmember Mitchell was in the majority, the prevailing majority, that he's able to bring this motion back to us.
As a motion to reconsider, right?
You don't have to wait a year?
No.
Okay.
Well, I told him at the last meeting, I think you missed that meeting, that if you do what I asked him to do, that point, I was going to bring it back. Because I wanted to make sure that the community was informed and the churches that there was conformed. It's a warehouse there, and it's a blighted warehouse there. There's nothing going on there. So I said, well, I'm going to bring it back and just, since he did his due diligence with everyone that I asked him to do, and I met with them together. I was there with the meeting with the church, with Bishop Jackson, and with the Neighborhood Association president there at the time. And I sat and listened, and he was telling them what he was planning on doing, and I told him right then that even we are voting to put it back in the overlay because most of the buildings there is already in the overlay already. So I said, now, that don't mean that you're going to be able to build what you want to build because you still have to go through planning and go through other steps. So that just putting that piece of property there in the overlay.
Yes, sir. I mean, I do remember everything you're saying right now. My question was just of the process. So I didn't realize that once we had denied it, the applicant would have an opportunity within a year to have it reconsidered.
No, I checked with legal,
That lesson.
and since he was in the prevailing, it's technically a motion to reconsider.
Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shealy?
When we brought this up before, it was a close one vote, made the difference on this. So we were split on it, but there was a lot of people in favor of this. But just want to mention that there are other hotels in the immediate area, so it's not like this is going to be a hotel that's sticking out somewhere all by itself. There are other hotels in the area. The Chase family has been great business people and great residents of the city of Charleston for a long, long time. This is somebody that's active in the community. It's not somebody that's working out of New York, and they have always done business the right way. And, I think we'll see something great out of this. Obviously, he's got a good reputation in the community, and he's brought forth his ideas to the immediate community, and now he has the community behind him. So I hope we'll vote for this.
Yeah, I thank you. I mean, I'm not saying that I disagreed with the whole application. I'm learning the process. I didn't know that we could do a reconsideration when it was a majority vote. And so, thank you. I'm very happy to vote yes for this.
Councilmember Shade.
Yeah, and I just want to echo that I remember this very vividly, that it was a very close vote, and Councilman Mitchell was concerned about the community input on this. Now that we've got that, I will vote in favor of it as well. Thank you for bringing it back up.
Councilmember Seeking.
So just a matter of process, we are going to take up for third reading tonight the new hotel ordinance. Is there a pending application here? This is just a rezoning, right? So this is going to be subject to whatever if we do pass tonight.
And as you heard from Mr. Chase, he supports.
I heard him say he supported us going forward with it. I just want to make sure we know it's two ways, that he will then be subject to it.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilman Mitchell.
Whatever he's planning on building, he still have to go back through planning, and that's going to probably be around November or whatever the case may be. And it's going to be a long process, and wherever he's planning on doing, but I already given my input, what I'm looking for. And if it's not that way, the same way I voted against it the first time, Mr. Chase knows the way I am, I'll vote against it again. So I just want to make sure that he's going to do exactly what the community is looking for, and he has to go before the task force.
Councilmember Griffin, did you raise your hand? Okay. Anyone else? Have a motion on the floor. All in favor, please.
Motion to reconsider.
Reconsider first.
Okay. We have first a motion to reconsider. Okay. All in favor to reconsider, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Now for the question at hand to amend the zoning ordinance. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. So next is
That is me,
the
and
SIB discussion. Councilmember Seeking.
Just very briefly, because I'm what stands between page 1 and page 2 tonight, so a couple things. So last night, for those of you who weren't there, it was fascinating. There was actually a forum that was put on about sea level rise and the financing in municipalities and governments about what's going to come in the future for us as we look around and have to build infrastructure to learn to live with, combat, and rethink how we live with water. The Dutch are here this week. We spent a lot of time and money with them. Their recommendations are going to come on Thursday, and one of the things we've learned with the Dutch is if you put a lot of really smart people in a room and let them think great thoughts, they can come up with just about anything, and then they'll put it in front of you and you got to finance it, right? I mean, and what you're going to hear a lot on Thursday is we have some challenges, we have some infrastructure needs, and we've got some financing needs. So one of the lessons learned by this body recently was it's probably better to get ahead of something than behind it. And the reason I put this on the agenda tonight is we know with some certainty, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members, that in January there's going to be another opportunity for us as a city to look for opportunities to finance infrastructure projects that are both flooding and transportation related. Harken back to what we did with Spring Fishburne. One of the things we did in that process, once we got the Tiger Grant go ahead, is in order to augment that process, we filed an application with the STIB for monies, and ultimately we're granted $88 million. That process is an arduous process, and when we talked about the low battery program, which by the way, on Thursday at 2 o'clock, all bids are due for the low battery, so we'll have that project moving forward. One of the things I wanted to just bring out on this floor and think about and talk about, and as we go through our budget process and we think about next year, is being ahead of the curve when it comes to seeking financing for large-scale projects that involve both transportation and water. I went back and read two things in advance of talking about this tonight, one of which was all the reports in the Calhoun West Drainage Basin. I also went back and read the Weston and Sampson report for Church Creek. And one of the things that they do talk about in there is accessibility. So I do think that Church Creek and that whole area of West Ashley, from the West Ashley Circle down Beast Ferry, working back into Shadow Moss, is somewhere we should think about how we're going to finance large-scale project that has to go in there, and clearly Calhoun West with the hospital sitting in there. So, Mr. Mayor, one of the things I would request as we now go through our budget process, we have the ad hoc committee, is that we get out ahead of these applications. Let's start putting together our processes, because we're going to be talking not about tens or 20 millions of dollars, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that we're going to need, and we're going to be a repeat customer for sure at a lot of places, not the least of which is the State Infrastructure Bank. And rather than having an argument on this floor a week before an application is due, let's work together to start putting the pieces together of these applications, so when January comes around and we know that application is going to open up, it's the same application every time. It requires the same information and also requires cooperation and participation by the COG. Let's get out ahead of this. Let's identify projects we reasonably believe are going to be appropriate for applications with the SIB, start putting it together so when that application process opens up, we are ready to go. We're not sitting around here talking about it some more. We know for sure we can get through all of the venting process about what's prioritized, what we're going to apply for, and we are together as a city going forward asking for what's going to be large-scale help for infrastructure projects. So I just want to put that out here as we go through budgeting process, January coming. Let's get out ahead of this and let's make sure that we identify projects that reasonably are subject and eligible for SIB funding, because we're not going to be talking about tens of millions of dollars, we're going to talk about hundreds of millions of dollars. So with that, I would just ask that as we go through this process, Mr. Mayor, that we participate collectively in that and get out ahead of it. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on that from anyone? Councilmember Mitchell?
Mr. Mayor, I know on the, next on the agenda, we have discussion on the audited summary by my colleague Waring, Councilman Waring. I want to ask if we take K1 through K3, because we got some people sitting waiting, and I think that's going to be a kind of lengthy discussion. If we can just take those committee reports and just get them out of the way and go back to Councilman Waring.
I agree. If council agrees, I agree.
Council agree with me?
Second.
Okay. Was there any other discussion on item B, though? All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Next, go to our council committee reports, starting with audit committee. Councilmember Seeking.
The audit committee report as presented in the Ways and Means Committee.
Second. All right. Any discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Committee on Public Works, Councilmember Waring.
All the items, as you see it, on the acceptance and dedication of rights of way were motioned and approved, and I'd ask the same. I so move.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, Committee on Recreation, Councilmember Gregory.
We do.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's ordinance in there.
This is the ordinance that pertain to our staff using what valuation to come by substantial damage in the event that, again, a hurricane, fire, personal tragedy to a building, or I've even said formosan termites. If you've seen the kind of damage formosan termites can do, they can certainly take out a building. Our previous ordinance used the assessed value. And we've had a good bit of discussion about how the assessed value doesn't keep up with, by design, doesn't keep up with the market value. This ordinance will allow, if a homeowner is determined to be above the 50% threshold with damage and sustained substantial damage, and the city comes up with that determination, the homeowner can actually go out and get an appraisal to validate the value that our department comes up with to say that what your house or your building is worth. Mayor came up with a good idea last meeting and said that he got in contact with the auditor, I believe, and the county does have a market value. If we all go back to assessments, when assessments are done every 5 years or maybe like 5 to 7 years in some cases, the county does an appraisal, and then they take that value, and the state has said, doesn't matter how much your house goes up in value, you cannot increase it more than 15% for the purpose of taxes anyway, from one assessment period to another. Well, if we use the assessed value, we're using a value that we know would trail market values. Hypothetically, we're going to exacerbate the number of homes that will hit that substantial damage ceiling. In error. This wasn't anything intentional. This is, I think, an unintentional consequence of the substantial damage, I guess, ordinance. So, we accepted the mayor's idea, and instead of using the county's assessed value, the amended version that's in front of you should have been put on your desk today, today, it was put on our desk today. We wouldn't use the word assessed value at all. We're going to use the county's market value. And the reason we're not going to use the assessed value, we're proposing not using the assessed value, is people shouldn't be getting a false alarm on whether they can repair their homes in place or have to repair their homes and lift their houses on inaccurate numbers. So even the county market value isn't designed to keep pace with current market values, because the county only does that, again, during assessed periods, or if you did a substantial renovation to your house, the county comes back out and does another appraised value. So that's the amendment that I have, the motion that I have on, well, I'll put a motion on the floor to approve the amendment, but I wanted to give that explanation that when you look at your agenda that was mailed out or emailed out, it has a terminology, assessed value, that the county will use. It has been amended, and thank you, Ms. Harrison. She's coming out to help me out. She's actually updated this as recent as today. It wasn't her fault, it was mine.
Okay, so the version that was in the agenda packet is the original version that we prepared that refers to the county's assessed value. And Councilmember Waring at the Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting yesterday added a change to that. So he's changing it from the county's assessed value to the county's market value.
Right.
So that's the change in language. So this ordinance is up for first reading. And we put as amended because it's changed since the last time it was on the agenda. But in addition to that, Councilmember Waring is making some extra changes.
Go ahead and explain. Go ahead and explain. You did a good job.
So I think that if you wanted to make a motion, you would make a motion to do first reading as amended, also including Councilmember Waring's change, to change the language from county assessed value to the county's market value every time that's mentioned in this version.
That is my motion.
Okay.
Great. Any discussion? Councilmember Jackson.
I just had one question. I thought that it was in the original ordinance that the owner of the property, we would expect the owner of the property to pay for a licensed professional appraiser to do.
Yes.
I don't see that in here this time.
That the appraisals would still be paid by the owners.
Okay, but it doesn't.
It's just not a part of the definition. It was a little bit different last time. The last version of market value was only going to be the appraised value.
Right.
And in this situation, there's a choice if the owner wants to do it or not.
But our intent behind the document is for the choice to be the owner's choice, and if they choose to have the private appraisal,
And
they
go
would
the
provide
extra
that.
expense, then
Right.
we will the appraised value would then supersede whatever the county's market value was.
I read that. Okay.
We would give that the dominant
Thank you.
consideration.
I intend to vote yes, thank you.
Any further discussion?
I just want to thank Ms. Habersham for going above and beyond. She really did. I'm talking getting this, we did a lot of back and forth on this one, so she took legal language and laymen like us can understand. Thank you so much.
Right.
I do want to add just that we will do a little bit further work with the county assessor's office to work out sort of the procedural issues and to make sure that we have the right definition and everything before it comes for second reading.
Thank you so much.
So if I may make just a couple of comments, this is a very good change, y'all, for our policies. And thank you for bringing it forward, Councilmember Waring, for a lot of discussion we had, which led to the revelation by our floodwater department director, Matt Fountain, that one of the acceptable numbers you could use, well, it had to come from a governmental source. And so again, I do want to shout out to my nephew, Peter Tecklenburg, who's our county auditor, who after some discussion with him shared that they have this separate number that they keep, market number, which is different from, he calls it the cap number or the number that the assessment is based upon. And even though it might be a few years old, we are reserving the right for our citizens, if they don't agree with the market number from the county, they can still go out and get their own appraisal and use that as well. I just didn't want to force that on anyone, nor did I want to obligate the city to having to pay for all these appraisals. So this is really the best of both worlds, and I think a good result. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Continue with my report. And thank you all for that motion. Mr. Fountain, do you have any information you want to bring forward on any of the projects listed on our agenda? In the way of update.
If you're gonna do that, we might can go down to that.
Well, I mean, he can abbreviate.
Really quickly?
Maybe could we ask if any council members have any questions about it?
I should say that.
Yeah.
Anybody have any questions? As a matter of fact, we're going to change the format. I think in the first of the month, it's the intent of the Public Works Committee to give a full rundown on these projects listed. And in the second meeting of the month, we have a Cliff Note version.
All right.
So unless you guys have any questions on any of the projects, then Mr. Fountain, you got to pass.
You're good.
I'll use the Cliff Note version, Mayor.
All right, so we're ready for the Committee on Recreation?
Right.
Councilmember Gregory.
Cliff Note. The committee met today, and there were several, not several, but there were items that required action from the committee, and they are as follows. There were 3 park namings that we voted on. The first was the Carr Richardson Park, formerly known as the Bender Street Park in Maryville, West Ashley. The second was the Pocket Park on America Street, to be named after Miss Mary Watson. So it would be called the Mary Watson Park. Joe, we took care of it. The naming of the Daniel Island Neighborhood Park number 4 was renamed now the Fallen Oak Park. We voted on it unanimously and it passed. The other items that we took action on, one was a city property on Woodland Road. We voted to send this to our Budget Committee and Parks and Recreation to cost out the possibility of redoing that park for soccer, I think it is. The second thing we voted on was, the other thing was Stony Field. Staff presented us with 2 renditions of the field. One was a recommendation from the school district, of which we did not prefer. We preferred the staff's recommendation that we stick with a 400-meter track around the field. That too was voted on unanimously. Mr. Mayor and Council, I move that we...
I think we're going to approve all those 5 things, correct? Councilmember White.
Can I just get a quick update on the update that you all received regarding the Charleston battery?
There wasn't any update, no movement.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Thank you.
All right. Any, Councilmember Lewis?
Yes, 10, well, it's actually called the Right, Bill, and we're moving forward with the construction and renovation of that building.
All right.
I like to hear him say it. We'll be meeting on Thursday morning to select who's going to get to work.
Okay, but I think we're planning to have a rededication and naming of the building prior.
Yes.
So we're trying to set.
I'm ready to get that date from you, and I've got it in my pocket.
Yes, sir.
I'll take family on tomorrow.
Okay, great. Terrific. All right. Any other discussion on those items? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, our Committee on Ways and Means, Councilmember White. Thank you for the report. Adopt the report. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Next is bills up for 3rd reading. We have the hotel ordinance.
Where are we now?
We still got to go to J. We still got...
Do y'all mind if we just keep on going?
Get that out of the way, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Till we get to the end, and then we'll take that on. All right, so bills up for 3rd reading. We have a 3rd reading of our accommodations overlay ordinance. We have a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, all right. Discussion?
Yes.
Gregory and Jackson. Councilmember Moody?
Yeah, I don't know who exactly to ask this question, but and this is why I like to read through a clean bill on this particular thing. I'm basically okay, but when you read these things, you kind of come up with some maybe unintended consequences. If excuse me, if you go to page 6 And when you start reading down through that, and it talks about accommodations use, having an excess of 150 rooms, it shall be a full-service hotel, but in no event shall it be, kind of in the middle of the page there, shall be 250 units. And then you go on down to the item K, the proposed accommodation uses incorporates meeting and conference space at a ratio of 400 square feet per 10 sleeping units. So when you start doing a little bit of figuring there, and I'm sorry, I'm the numbers geek, but if you had a 150 room hotel and you had 10 sleeping units for 400 square feet of community space or meeting space, so that would be 10 into that would be 15 times 400 would be 6,000 square feet, right? I think that's, math is right. My math is right. Thank you, Mr. Ware. But if you go to 151 room unit, you got to have 20,000 square feet.
I think that's right.
Is that what was intended? I mean, that's the way I read it. Yeah, I mean, it seems like,
I think we don't want to
are we saying we're going to stop this thing at 150 room hotels unless you go to 250?
Unless you become a full service hotel as defined.
Full service is everything over 150.
Right.
So if you're 150 rooms, you got to have 4,000 square feet. If you got 151 rooms, you got to have 20,000 square feet. Is that what's intended?
Well, can I just...
Councilmember Seeking?
So I had a similar question. I talked to Jacob about that a lot this week. I don't recall, and there's members of the task force here, I don't remember us talking about that in the task force. That's something that came along a little bit after, and I'm trying to figure out, I think we're all trying to figure out why we're doing that. I mean, we've just...
Well, that's my question.
Right. I mean,
if you're going from 4,000 to
20,000, shouldn't we grade it? Shouldn't we grade it up just like everything else? I mean, we're going to have a whole bunch of 149 room hotels, and there may be places where we want 160 or 170, and we're putting them out of business. We're going to then encourage, boom, go big or go home, and we're going to miss an opportunity in the middle. I think that may be an unintended consequence, but I'd like to hear from Mr. Lindsay on that, and I think Councilmember Moody would too.
So, Councilmember Moody, your numbers are correct. And in the task force's discussions, they had intended to provide a cap of 250 rooms throughout the entire peninsula. But the way that it was originally drafted, it would actually only apply south of the Septima Clark Parkway. North of that point, there was no limit on the number of rooms. So in order to provide for that cap, it had to be stated specifically that nowhere on the peninsula shall the total number of rooms exceed 250. However, even with the cap north of the parkway, a hotel could still go up to 250 without meeting the provisions of being a full-service hotel. That would have the unintended consequence of driving big hotels to the upper part of the peninsula, but without having them provide the positive benefits that a full-service hotel provides, like restaurants, coffee shops, the other amenities that residents can visit. Instead, you could just get large highway-style hotels that don't have those amenities. So what this does is it says a hotel can go up to 150 rooms, but no more on the area north of the Septima Clark Parkway. In order to get bigger than that, to go up to 250, they have to meet these more strenuous requirements, which would provide benefits back to the community like a full-service hotel does. That's the effect of that amendment, and it provides a cap on very large hotels in the upper part of the peninsula. Certainly a number of hotels may build just shy of 150. They may build 149 rooms. In our estimation, as we studied it, that's okay, because today, north of the Septima Clark Parkway, there functionally is no limit on the number of rooms. So that's the thinking behind that specific language.
Well, it just seems to me like that there's something very arbitrary or not like it's thought through completely there. I hear what you're saying, but I don't know that economically you can build a hotel with 175 rooms and have 20,000 square foot of meeting space or community space, whatever it is. I mean, that ratio seems to be out of whack there. So you're kind of saying, okay, it's either 150 or it's 250. There's no in between. I mean, I don't have any problem with the 250. I don't have any problem with the 150. It just seems like there ought to be some graduation or something there that makes that sense. Makes it economically feasible if you only want to do 200. Then you might have to have 1,500 square feet, but that might be the right size, 15,000, but that might be the right size for a 200, you know.
So I think you're hamstringing yourself on this one. I think you're really taking some of the planning process out of this as you're talking to people who are going to be building. And again, we're capping in so many different ways. Someone may come to you and it may make sense in a certain area, particularly north of Septima, Clark, as we build out towards the airport. You may be sitting there in your planning department with everyone saying, okay, 175 with other things going on around here with 10,000 square feet makes perfect sense given the conditions, not just today, but 4 or 5 years down the road, and you've hamstrung yourself. I worry about that. I mean, I think we've got just this huge cavern and gap now between 149 and 250. So if we pass it the way it is, we're just saying, boom, 149 is the number or 250, and you're going to be, your planning department in discussions with people who come in with applications in the give and take and back and forth are going to lose some opportunities to do some good, perhaps. I mean, I can't see the future, but some development consonant with what's going on in the community, what's going on around the land that we're talking about. So it's just a big chasm and divide. That's a big chasm and divide. There's a huge difference between 6,000. Oh, man.
20,000.
Big difference. Big.
So, Councilmember Griffin.
I don't see why it wouldn't be very hard for us to just put another level in there that caps off at 200 rooms and do what? Yeah, put something in between because you have all of these smaller tiers and it builds up and then you have this extravagant jump. So if there was something around 200 that was maybe 12, 13,000 square feet, then you have a little bit more wiggle room to work with. Obviously, we don't want very many full-scale large hotels. We're capping the number in this document. But, there's got to be some variance in between, and we definitely don't want there to be 100 149s and then 8 250s. That wouldn't make very much sense. So I'm all for us having another level in between, and if somebody has an idea how we can do that or what makes sense, I'm happy to support it.
Councilmember Shade.
Mr. Lindsay, what is, and maybe this was already stated, but what is the correlation of the 20,000 square feet to a particular number of hotel rooms? The place we were at today when we had that announcement with the 526, I was talking to Mr. Palacios, and he intentionally kept out, I think, meeting room space for a particular reason. And he was trying to attract a certain type of clientele and patron to that new hotel. So what is the correlation of X number of square feet to X number of hotel rooms?
So the 20,000 square foot number is one that dates back to 2013, and it was determined in conjunction with the Convention and Visitors Bureau, who said that that was the number at which a hotel could viably attract a large convention. Conventions are seen as being, and were seen then as being, very economically profitable and a good thing for the development of the economy of the city. So that's how the 20,000 square foot number originated. Now, here's what it would get you in this proposed ordinance. Presently, if you're south of the Septima Clark Parkway, there's a 50-room cap. A hotel cannot exceed 50 rooms in any case, unless that hotel is in an area that we call the full-service zone between Line Street, Meeting, King, and Mary to the south. So within that small window, that 6 or 7 block zone, a hotel can exceed 50 rooms if it meets certain criteria, the primary one being providing that 20,000 square feet. So that's an area where everybody said, and this body of course voted on, that in that area we want convention center type hotels that offer 20,000 square feet. Now, in the proposed ordinance, there would also be, in effect, a 150-room cap in the areas north of the Septima Clark Parkway, which doesn't presently exist. And in order to get taller than that, you'd have to also meet that 20,000 square foot criteria. Less than 20,000 square foot is not something that was seen as a hotel that would be somewhere that would be a viable location to host a large convention. That's the thinking behind it, if that answers your question.
So basically, the way I do the math, if at 150 rooms, you got to have the 20,000 square feet, if you're full service, that's 1,333 square feet per 10 rooms. 1,333 times 15 would be 20,000, right? So I think the number 400 was recommended by Mr. Plassis, just from a business point of view, that if you weren't doing a full service, just to provide some amenities, that 400 square feet per 10 rooms would be kind of a reasonable number for a hotelier to do. So it seems to me there's a couple of ways to skin it. One would be to say, well, gee, if you had over 100 rooms, you'd need to do 600 or 800 square feet of amenity space per 10 rooms. Just, raise the bar so that they'd have to provide more if they got over a certain number of rooms.
If you went up to 150 rather than 400, you go up to say 600 or 800, is that what you're saying?
Right.
And then for that last extra 100, it gets you up to 20,000.
That's right.
I don't have any heartburn as to how you get there.
Right.
I just thought it was too big a gap.
Yeah, it is a pretty big gap. So, right. So, you want to make a proposal to amend it?
Well, I don't want to defer this, and I don't want to throw a number out there that I don't know what I'm talking about. So if you go to if you went to 600 square feet for that,
600 square feet.
600 per 10 rooms after 150 rather than 400, jump that up so that you get to 20,000, maybe at 200, 225.
As a bit of background here, it was previously written as 500 square feet, and it was brought down in discussions because the consensus among the task force and my planning staff was that that higher ratio might prove too burdensome on smaller hotels. Because remember, that ratio applies.
I'm talking about raising that over 400 up to 150. And then after the 150 rooms up to 250, and we raised that threshold back up to maybe 500 or 600 to try to get to that 20 quickly.
I'm trying to think about how to make this edit on the fly here and get it into the record in such a way that makes sense. If the number is 600, that's the ratio. You could propose and edit something like this at the bottom of subsection I on page 6.
It needs to be about twice as much because your gap is 3.5, so it needs to be, for that last 100, so you're talking about 10 blocks, and you got to get from 6 to 20.
20.
So that's 14, so it's about 1,000.
You need to go to 1,000.
Probably 1,000 to get it up to the 20,000 by the time you get to.
200 rooms would give you the 20,000 feet. If you used 1,000 feet above 150. Does that make sense?
So you start that over.
Over 150.
Over the 150.
Right.
Per 10.
Per 10.
Per 10.
Right. You got that, Jacob? Yes, sir.
You go to 1,000, you're going to hit 20,000 at 200 rooms.
That's correct.
You don't want to do that. We don't want to do that, do we? Because if we go 750, 800, then you're going to hit the 20,000 closer to where we're at now, which keeps the ordinance more like what the task force recommended. Do you?
You got up to 150, you got 4,000. That's your total. So they're going to go from 6,000. So you got 6,000. So you go from 150 to 200, that's 50. That'd be 5. So see that 1,000 is probably not enough. If you want to get you got to get it up to, say, 150, 151 to 200, it would be 1,000, and then over 200, it'd be 20,000. So, I'll do it like that, say from 151 to 200 rooms, it's 1,000 per tent. And then once you get to 250, it's the 20,000.
Okay, so it could read something like this. Any accommodations used on the peninsula having in excess of 150 sleeping units shall be a full-service hotel as herein defined, with the exception that the proposed accommodations use incorporate meeting and conference space at a ratio of, what's our number? 1,000?
1,000.
1,000 square feet per 10 sleeping units, or a fraction thereof, of which 75% thereof must be contiguous. And in no event shall any accommodations use on the peninsula exceed 250 sleeping units. So that added to subsection I should accomplish what you all intend.
So let me be sure, we're 400 per 10 up to 150.
That's correct.
151 up to 200 is 1,000.
That's correct. So
10, and then over 200, 201 to 250 is 20,000.
So we would then add to the previous edit that I read into the record, any accommodations use having in excess of 200 sleeping units shall be a full-service hotel as defined herein. So that takes you from up to 150 at a ratio of 400 per square feet per unit, from 150 to 200 in a ratio of 1,000 square feet per unit, and over 200 meeting the complete definition of full-service hotel, which is 20,000 square feet. Correct.
You still keep the 400, you add the 1,000, then you add the 20,000.
Correct. So that would do it.
No, don't add it, just,
Yeah, understood.
Right. Councilmember Griffin.
Back and fix, well, not fix, revise K as well. Proposed accommodation use incorporates meeting and conference space at a ratio of 400 square feet per 10 sleeping units until you get up to 150 rooms, and then we need to add those same things.
So the language that I read would be applied to subsection I, which would cover that.
Well, isn't that going to make it confusing if we just leave 400 on K and then add a bunch of stuff in for I? And then somebody can make an argument, well, you've got conflicting ideas here, because K and I need to reflect each other.
So the way to accomplish that, if you wanted to cover that base, would be to, at the end of subsection K, it should also read, after the final semicolon, provided that if the accommodations used contains more than 150 sleeping units, the provisions of subsection I hereof shall govern the square footage. Okay, so those are all on the record. We'll have to clean it up, but it makes sense.
That makes sense. Good point. Good catch. All right. Any further discussion?
Okay, I'll let you take that one. That's out of my league.
I just wanted to mention that.
But we do have that on the record, so I'll hand it over to you.
Okay. We had a motion to amend as discussed. Who made the motion originally?
As amended.
Are you acceptable to
As amended.
to the amendment? So, and we have a second on that. Okay. Yes, sir. Councilmember Waring.
I just kind of felt like I was in the midst of a sausage factory.
Of a sausage factory?
Yeah, I think we just made sausage. Now, the two votes that we have, no hotel will be proposed and get beyond this new ordinance, as I understand it. Isn't that right, Councilor? Ms. Hardina?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
If somebody came with an application right now to build a hotel anywhere in the city, basically, this ordinance they're gonna have to comply with this ordinance or whatever
Whatever's
amendment we come up
ultimately
with.
passed, correct.
I mean, do we really want to, we're right there. I mean, we're right at the goal line. I mean, we want to finish it off like this, or we want to get that put in place and bring it back. There won't be any new hotels that's going to be able to be built in this city without coming through the auspices to this ordinance. I mean, can't we finish this the right way and bring it back? Believe me, I want to vote for it tonight as well, but I didn't think we were going to finish that final part like this.
I tend to agree. I'm sitting here listening to these numbers being thrown around and what paragraphs we are referring to, and we've jumped around from K to J to I, and the numbers that we're going over, hang on a second. So I would feel a whole lot more comfortable getting, and I hate to delay this. But we've got to do this right. We've got to make sure we got it exactly the right way, because my concern is, as Mr. Moody just pointed out, an unintended consequence. As we go through the wording of this one more time, all of us are going to read it, and we may catch another unintended consequence, and I don't want an amended version of this that I'm scratching on over here what the numbers are. I want another copy that's clean so that we understand exactly what we're passing, and that the community, particularly this task force, sees it. They have an opportunity to see it, and if we screw something up, let's catch it before we do that.
Well, I'll just comment that Ms. Bass, who was on the hotel task force, came up before us tonight. I think maybe she's left. But, I mean, she admitted it's not perfect. Mr. Marsland has an eye for detail, unlike just about anybody I've known in this matter, and he's been so perceptive at catching every little thing. It's not to say that 6 months or a year from now, we're going to find something else in this that needs to be tweaked. Councilmember Moody found a very interesting catch, if I may say, that we didn't catch before that makes sense. And I believe that what we just proposed, that he just proposed, resolves it. So anyway, I would recommend we support passage tonight and come back and in the future whenever, if it ever needed amendment again, and I'm sure it will. I mean, the city has been monitoring and having requirements for hotel development now for over 30 years, so this is not the last cigar either. Mr. Griffin, Councilmember Griffin.
Well, I tend to agree with the fact that, we've already got the pending ordinance doctrine in place. And, how can we trust a guy who didn't have a nap today? He may be a CPA, but he is retired. So I'd like to make sure his math is right before we vote on this.
If I could, I would just like to remind council of our rules, which require that if there's an amendment on third reading, it has to be accepted by unanimous consent.
Which we discussed last time, and that wasn't quite what we got. So I think we should vote this through. I mean, what we just did was not particularly revolutionary. We just sort of caught the math up of something that was added post-task force anyway.
Right.
I mean, let's put this to bed. We've been working on it for a long time.
Absolutely. Councilmember Jackson?
I agree. I think that the public has been very cooperative, patient, encouraging. I do think that we just did a really, good thing in terms of being fair to the developer community and also putting it to a place where we can start to enact it. I mean, we just got what I consider a pretty cogent letter on our desk today asking us to, be thinking about how we're leaving out the older mom and pop 2- and 3-story buildings on King Street. So I do think that we're going to be back here in a matter, I would say in a matter of months, not years, to make changes to this ordinance that should be a living, breathing document. This has been the lifeblood of Charleston in terms of revenue. Thankfully, we have a much broader based economy now, and we're not sweating every dollar that we take in from the tourism industry. But we obviously are trying to make it as fresh and exciting as we were in the early 80s, when Charleston really did need that kind of revenue generation. So I think we should pass it. I think it's time, and I think this is good, and I thank you for all the math that can be done, and I think I'm very comfortable with it.
All right. Back to Councilmember Shade.
Mr. Mayor, can we just then have a full rereading of with the amendments so we all can follow along and we know exactly what those amendments are going to entail?
Sure.
And start with the paragraphs that we're amending and that wording?
Thank you, Councilmember. So, okay, beginning on page 7 at the top of the page, following the words full service hotel, the amendments would read as follows. Semicolon.
Tell me where you are again.
Page 7, full service hotel.
What paragraph is that?
Very top.
Oh, I see.
The first three
Okay.
words, the very top.
Gotcha.
So the amendment would read semicolon, with the exception that the proposed accommodations use provide meeting space at a ratio of 1,000 square feet per sleeping unit, of which 75% thereof must be contiguous, up to a total of 200 sleeping units. Semicolon. Any accommodations use on the peninsula having in excess of 200 sleeping units shall be a full-service hotel, comma, as herein defined, period. That's the first part of the amendment. The second part of the amendment is going down to subsection K. At the end of subsection K, after the semicolon, it would read that just one second here. Provided that if the accommodations use contains more than 150 sleeping units, the provisions of subsection I hereof shall govern the square footage of required meeting and conference space, semicolon. That would be the total of the amendments.
I'm not following. I don't have it. I can't.
Explain it.
So what it does is this.
Explain it.
A hotel all the way up to 150 square feet, 150 rooms, shall provide meeting space at a ratio of 400 square feet per 10 units, sleeping units. So that's one category. Over 150 up to 200 means you got to provide meeting space at a ratio of 1,000 square feet per 10 units. You got to provide more meeting space. From 200 to 250, you got to be a full-service hotel, 20,000 square feet of meeting space. That's what it does. It scales up the amount of meeting space as needed in a way that's less punitive than the way it was originally proposed.
40 square feet unit to 100 square feet.
Correct.
400
Correct.
40 square feet a unit to 100 square feet a unit.
200 to 250.
The 200 to 250, they have to meet the full requirements of a full-service hotel, 20,000 square feet of meeting space.
151, how many square feet?
At 151, they would have to meet 1,000 square feet per 10 units. Right. So it scales up at that point.
100 per unit.
So you'd be at 15,000 square feet.
That's correct.
Right, I got it.
Yeah. That's what it does. It just does what you did and scales it up. That's right. All right. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I think we ought to finish it the right way.
I'd still like to see a clean copy of it.
Gotta have unanimous. No new hotel is gonna come through, it's not, well, Mr. Miller, you're right there.
Yes, sir.
No new hotel is gonna come through and get built without having to come through this ordinance.
Right.
So why can't we finish this? I mean, not on the floor tonight. I mean, 2 weeks, October 8th. Get it done, we come back and vote on it. Anyway,
Make a motion to defer.
Can I?
Sorry.
A point of order, I can ask legal counsel.
The amendment has to be unanimous.
Amendment has to be unanimous. Yes, just the amendment. Yeah. This is the third reading. So can I propose to council, we got a little ways to go, a couple other things to discuss, and a proposed executive session, that we print this out for you in the next 30, 40 minutes while we're still meeting, and you'll have an opportunity to read it before the end of the night.
Can we take a 5-minute break, please?
We can take a 5-minute break. Councilmember Griffin? We're not there yet, but, yeah. Yeah. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. There you go. Well, we can call back to order. I was kind of wondering where our other colleagues have gotten off to. Councilmember Moody and Seekings. Mitchell is here. Oh, okay, he's there. I'm just.
I don't see it. Let's go, man. Well,
We're not wanting to start this party without him. It's such a good party. Yeah. I'm trying both of them. Neither one of them is answering their phone. Oh. Okay. Well, would it please council for us to, well, now Mitchell's going down and see if he can find them. Yeah, we do have a quorum. Would it please council for us to proceed with the bills up for second reading? And we'll come back to this matter right when everyone fully is convened. Bills up for second reading, we have items 1 through 8.
Make a motion, we take 1 through 8 together.
We'll take items 1 through 8 together. All right, that's good. Councilmember Seekings, we're proceeding with, right now with bills up for second reading to move along. We have items 1 through 8. We have a motion to approve and a second. Councilmember Jackson?
I'm sorry, I probably will be fine voting on 1 through 8 together, but it occurred to me that number 1, as amended, maybe we should hear a little more detail about that. I was thinking that that was the question that was before us earlier this summer, where there was going to be some unintended consequences of property owners not having access to their property. Was that the property I'm thinking of? No? So what was amended?
I don't remember that. We have someone in the audience here standing up who is knowledgeable about that. Sir, please come forward and recognize yourself.
Then my question is, what has been amended? Because I couldn't really.
Thank you. My name is David Santos. I'm here on behalf of one of the owners of the property that would be affected. The owner of 741 Meeting. The matter that you're referring to is actually a different matter, and it's been deferred for this evening. But Kinloch Court is basically a city right-of-way, 20 feet wide, and that we've asked that it be abandoned and quit claim to the respective owners. I think the only amendment, and I guess legal could speak to this, would be abandoning it and conveying it subject to existing easements that are in place. There's a water line that Charleston Water Systems was okay abandoning in place. And then SCNG, or Dominion Energy, was as well. We're honoring the easements that are currently existing. So.
Okay, so as long as there's no fighting among the, property owners that are over there, I just thought, and maybe I misremembered. that.
I didn't recall there had been any objection or difficulty with the matter. Ms. Hardina, do you recall?
That was a different property.
Different one, okay.
Chip has been handling this matter, and I assume you've been talking to him, and he's been working with this for several months, and I knew it was ready to go forward, so I don't think there's been any objection.
Okay, all right, fine, then, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Was this a property with the problem with the driveway issue and there was no right-of-way?
No.
Okay,
No,
never mind.
Yeah, that's what I was.
That's deferred tonight at Somerville Avenue.
Okay, that's.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
That one was a whole different deal.
Okay, okay, but same, okay, got it.
Councilmember Moody?
Yeah, I was curious, I'm trying to find when the first reading on item number 3 was done. Last meeting?
It was the last meeting. This came from our Committee on Sustainability.
That was reported out by Katie McCain, that's right.
Right.
Yes.
We basically brought our plastic bag ban ordinance in conformity with Mount Pleasant upon suggestions from Publix and some of the other, retailers. Any further discussion? All in favor of second reading of 1 through 8, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now for third reading and ratification, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. So I'll start signing those things up. And now that we're all fully assembled, let's move back to L1, the hotel ordinance. We had an amendment to the ordinance, which on third reading required unanimous consent. So the amendment has failed. And is there, would entertain a replacement amendment if one would like to make one. Otherwise, we could have amendment, a motion to approve the ordinance as is.
Mr. Mayor, as I understand this, and certainly what Councilmember Moody brought up was a very important amendment to the ordinance. So my concern about not going forward with this was, and trying to follow along with the amendments, but Mr. Lindsay kind of did clear that up for me. So we have the option to vote on the ordinance as written without Mr. Moody's amendment, which would then go into effect. And then if there's can we come back and amend the ordinance later?
Absolutely. And in fact, I was going to mention to council that when we get to the matter of the rooftop bars, since that needs some work, we all agree that needs some work. And I think a logical place to send it back to for review is, by the way, I'm going to propose that we give it first reading, but that we send it back to the hotel and hotel task force for them to make some further recommendations and assimilate all the suggestions that come forward tonight and that we've been receiving. So I'm sure they'd be happy to look at this issue that Councilmember Moody has identified and give it some thought and bring us back an amendment on that when they bring back recommendations on the rooftop. So we could give third reading tonight, it's fine, and have those folks look at the matter that's been risen here tonight.
Mr. Mayor?
So Councilmember Griffin, and where?
A motion that we defer 2 weeks.
I'll second it.
We have a motion to defer and a second. Any discussion on?
I do have some discussion. Ms. Hardina, could you come to the microphone, please?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to be, if you can clarify, because I think we all understand this, but if John Q. Public comes to the Planning Commission tomorrow and submits an application for a new hotel, they're going to be subject to what we're discussing tonight. They're not going to circumvent, they're not going to be able to circumvent some sort of grandfather status because they got their application in prior to third reading to be able to do something that is not the intent of this ordinance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have that protection in place. We already have that protection in place. If we vote approval on something that we already know we're not comfortable with, and then we're going to come right back to amend that with an amendment that we pretty much know that we're comfortable with, we just want to get it cleaned up so we can read it. You still have to delay it. You still have the protection. How is the city hurt waiting until October 8th by any new hotel that will be built in the city of Charleston? Can anybody explain to me, if we wait until October 8th, how will the city be, Mr. Lindsay, Mr. Morgan, can you tell me how the city would be damaged if we waited until October 8th?
Well, certainly council can choose to delay any item or bring it as you all see fit. We do have an amended ordinance ready in addition to the suggestion that was being discussed when I came back into the room. So if you choose to take action, we do have an amended ordinance ready for you as well.
But answer the question, how will the city be damaged by way of new hotels if we wait until October the 8th?
We would simply have another delay in the adoption of the ordinance, but the city would not otherwise experience a change because we are operating under pending ordinance doctrine.
Does that mean the city will not be damaged?
I don't know that I can speak to whether the city can be damaged or not, but there's not.
I'm talking by way of new hotel development being able to circumvent what we've done so far.
The current ordinance that we have is pending.
I understand that.
So everyone would be subject to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
I'm going to support the deferral. I know we got a warm copy over there, but doing business with warm copies is not the way to do business.
Point of clarification, is the deferral until October 8th meeting?
That would be my recommendation.
The deferral is until our next schedule, October 8th.
That's the next scheduled meeting for city council, whenever the next scheduled, first meeting in October.
October the 8th.
Is, hopefully we're going to be comfortable, we read it. It reads as discussed when we were making sausage, and we vote on it.
And until then, all we have to do is get a copy of the proposed amendment that we're comfortable with.
They've got a warm copy up there waiting on all of us for midnight reading.
Got it for you right here.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Gregory.
if the deferral passes, I do think that we need to look at some of the issues raised from Prime South Group LLC. If staff can just take a look at those.
Which issues, sir?
We all have a letter from Prime South Group which has, how many? 4 issues with respect to the ordinance as it's written. And I'm just requesting that staff take a look at Prime South's recommendation and see whether or not there are things that we should also accommodate at that time. Do you have a copy of it? It was on our desk. Okay. Prime South Group. Okay. Right. And if you take a read of Prime, right. You may not
I don't have a copy of that.
Okay. Well, my question is, would you, once you get a copy, if you can just take a read, Jacob?
I will.
And see whether or not any of the issues raised here are things that we should also accommodate.
I will.
By the 8th.
So,
if deferral passes.
Councilmember Seeking.
So just not to get in a big fight about this, but one advantage, I think, of passing tonight and then going back and looking at amendments is it won't take unanimity to pass amendments. And that's just an internal issue that we could be wrestling with forever. Clearly, the task force, this council has moved forward and has asked that we get this thing passed. We gave it second reading, which only will allow amendments with unanimity. If we pass it and then send back to the task force for looking at this issue, which I think we could clean up, but if we don't, that's fine. And then the Prime South stuff, that's a whole different ballgame. So I think I'd be in favor of whatever we do tonight. We still have some business to do. I know that Jacob has worked on the amendment. We can look at it. I mean, you have it drafted, right, Jacob? It's not complicated. It's really not complicated at all. So,
Councilmember Wagner, Moody, and Jackson, and Lewis.
Yeah,
This is on the motion to defer.
yes, sir.
Right.
I will readily admit that I don't think I was confused when I came to this chamber tonight, but now I am. Which would mean, it's going to take a little bit of time for me to retool my mind because, yeah, it's just like, the task force had 6-8 months and they did one tremendously good job. I mean, they got almost everything. And I honestly don't see where a week or two is going to matter, whether we go with it or not tonight. I honestly don't. And we know it's going to go through. It's just whether it's tonight or 2 weeks from tonight. So that's just my thoughts, guys.
Councilmember Moody.
I'm going to support the deferral. I'd like to get that Prime South, I'd like to send that back to the group and ask them to look at it. What I see there, and I've talked with a colleague, it looks to me like that's kind of a short-term rental issue maybe rather than a hotel issue, but I think it needs to be addressed as to how it maybe needs to be done. But I really, and the other thing, well, I'll talk about the rooftop bar because it's always in there together. But what bothers me about this is we keep getting stuff on our desk at night of the meeting, and I kept promising myself that I was not going to vote on anything that was put on my desk the night unless it was one page that I could read and comprehend. So I'm going to vote to amend this or defer this until the October 8th. I agree with Councilmember Wagner. I'm okay with it. I just want to be sure that I don't have a mistake here. And when I read through it and I saw that and I started asking myself about that, and quite frankly, I had intended to call in, but I screwed up my getting my stuff, and I didn't have as much time to read it. So I'll take my bad on that. But I think that's the right thing to do. I think this group has done a good job. I think we just ask them to look at this. Maybe it goes this Prime South thing. Maybe it goes to short-term rentals, and we can get this thing clean and go.
So let me explain that when you get things on your desk, it's because those people have given us things to put on your desk on the particular day that you receive it.
Right. And I recognize that, but sometimes these things show up on our desk too. And if it's somebody from the outside, I get that. That's not your problem. Yeah.
I don't think we want to pass that out, Jennifer. We're not voting on that. Okay, not right now. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to vote against deferral. I think that we probably do have some things in this ordinance in front of us tonight, but it's what we've been calling the clean version. I do repeat myself again. I think the public is expecting us. We promised the last meeting that all we needed was the clean version of an ordinance, and we would be ready to give it third reading and ratification. I think we need to keep that promise. There's nothing to say that we can't then ask for all the help and advice that we need to in order to amend it. If we're going to open up Pandora's box, I didn't mean that we were going to be, trying to incorporate the Prime South recommendations by the next time we would see this ordinance in a couple of weeks. This kind of thinking or processing of important decisions, sooner or later we have to do an ordinance that we know the public is asking of us. All of the experts have given us the advice that we've been asking them to do. I think we need to pass it tonight, and then we can take our time and see if it needs to be amended. I agree with the amendment decision or the discussions that we were having tonight. I'm sorry that we couldn't, get a piece of paper that we could all look at confidently and just incorporate that one way of making sure we don't have that kind of loophole for developers, but we'll get that right. We need to pass this tonight, we honestly do.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I would agree with Councilmember Waring, because it's something I was going to say, is that the ordinance is in effect. We did a first reading. Once we have done a first reading, the ordinance is in effect. The good work of this task force is not going to go to waste. But if we're going to get it done right, when you debate and debate and debate, you can find things that should be in there that you might have left out. Nobody is perfect. We live in an imperfect world. So it won't hurt us to wait a couple more weeks to make sure that we get a clean ordinance. And then we'll have to go through this to rewrite it again. Somebody else saying, well, oh, we didn't do this, we should have done this. But we're getting it right and getting it right forever.
Right.
This, from Prime South, it doesn't bother me. But what bothers me is when I come in here and I find things on my desk that we have to vote on and it's stored up at the last minute. I've been saying that for years, over and over. And my book is unacceptable. We don't need that. But let's go ahead, do the defer. 2 more weeks ain't gonna hurt because the ordinance is in effect. We're just correcting some things that we think need to be corrected. Thank you.
All right. Would anyone else like to be heard?
I just want to be,
Seeking-
I guess I'm kind of not clear on what we're doing with the deferral. Are we doing it just so we can get a clean copy of that graded amendment, or are we also sending something back to the task force? What are we doing?
Well, this is the way I understand it. We had an amendment that we basically all but 2 agreed upon, and I think the consternation was more about just making sure we had it right. They wanted to read it. So the amendment failed because it did not get unanimous consent. So the amendment is out the window right now. If we defer, then it'll still be up for 3rd reading next time, and you'll need a new amendment to add what we've talked about tonight. It's already written down in front of you, so it'll be clearly written. And if we have a unanimous consent next meeting that what we discuss and what got written is correct, then it would get passed as amended. Tonight, we could defer, or we could vote on it without the amendment and amend it later. I again repeat what Susan Bass said, that she admitted it's not perfect. And what we had before us tonight, Councilmember Moody, was a clean copy, and this Prime South Group letter I have not even read. So, I mean, what we were trying to add tonight was based upon your very valid observation that there could be a minor improvement to the ordinance. Next week, we might have a letter from somebody else saying something else. So, how long is this cycle going to run? I know we're getting there, but I personally would prefer to pass it tonight and amend it later, but the will of council will rule. Councilmember Waring.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Yes,
My motion for deferral was not for the Prime South, was for the clean workout that we did, you made the motion? Well, I seconded your motion.
Oh, okay.
I thought I made the motion. I did?
My motion was so we could get a clean copy.
Well, I agree with you. I agree with you.
A clean copy of the amendment as discussed this evening.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? All in favor of deferring, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
No. The ayes have it. So next we will move on to, we took care of bills for 2nd reading. We go to bills for 1st reading.
Are we still going to take that matter?
We've got an ordinance regarding telephonic attendance. We've discussed before, we have an ordinance up for 1st reading.
Second.
We have a motion, unless I get a motion otherwise.
Well,
I think we'll take them one by one.
yeah.
Bill number 1 regarding telephonic attendance, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Moody.
Yeah, I know Councilmember Lewis brought this up, and I thought that we had done something on this previously.
We discussed it and then we instructed legal to write it up for us. So we're bringing you back.
This is pretty much exactly what it used to, or what we had before. Mr. Lewis wanted all of the committees that you couldn't attend a meeting a committee meeting by telephonic. Well, you could not attend the Ways and Means and City Council. You had to be present at those two.
Right.
The old rule was that if you had one of the other committees, you could attend by telephone. And I thought that was our agreement. When I talked to Mr. Lewis, Councilmember Lewis, I thought that he was fine with the way it was.
Yeah, what it is, Councilmember, I think we got a responsibility. We have a responsibility when we got a meeting. Either we gonna be present or we ain't gonna be present. If we can't make it, then you pick up the telephone and say, you can't make it. That's just it. And if you just don't have a quorum, then you just have to reschedule a meeting like you do some other meeting. But I think just taking advantage because you don't want to be to the meeting, you can pick up the phone and you can sit there and talk, and then 2 minutes the phone go down, and we still sitting there discussing business. It's just not suitable in my case. And I think this is what we need right here. This ordinance.
So we're now saying that in this ordinance, I believe that for committee meetings, you can only attend by telephone if it's an emergency. Councilmember.
Yeah, and that was my concern, because I know the reason we did it before was that sometimes we would have a committee meeting on a Monday, and the committee meeting would last just a few minutes. You'd have a few, real estate is what I'm thinking about, would last a few minutes. You'd have a couple annexations or TNT. You had to have, a couple of taxi approvals or something like that. And, to drive downtown and find a place to park and come to a meeting, that we had some rules that the chairman had to be there. We obviously had to have a clerk present, and it was obviously open, and there were certain other things that made it convenient to do that. I didn't see any problem with that, but I agree with you on Ways and Means and City Council, that those meetings, you're either there or you're not. And so I thought it was a convenience to us, but I'm fine with whatever we do.
The clerk got to be there, chairman got to be there, I think the rest of the people got to be there. But the chairman ain't the committee by itself to take how many other persons can make that quorum. So that quorum needs to be there. That's the way I look at it.
Councilmember Griffin.
I'm not going to support this tonight, not because I don't respect your opinion on this, Councilmember Lewis. I just think what we're doing here is we're telling people that have a job that they can't serve in government. You're basically telling young people, you either have to own your own business or be retired to be on city council based on this ordinance. Because all my committee meetings are spread out all over the week. I've got to come down to City Hall 3 or 4 times a week for committee meetings. It made a lot of sense that if I had a meeting at 2 o'clock on a Monday, I could call in if it was only going to last 10 minutes. But if it passes, it passes, but I'm not going to support this because I think what we're doing is pigeonholing the number of people that can run for government.
Councilmember Waring.
Got friends all over this issue. Let me say this, and I just want to discuss this among colleagues. Councilman Lewis is right. But I would hope that you would consider there are times when I'll give Public Works where we actually have a quorum in the room in presence, and then a committee member may be en route, and then they get called and get patched in. That's happened with real estate over the years, where but the quorum was not made up by the person on the phone. You actually had, if it's 5 people on Public Works, we had 4 people in the room, and then 1 person on the phone. You know, I think if you have a quorum in the room, I don't think there's anything wrong with somebody calling in. But I hear you in that, because we've discussed this. There are times when it would just be the chairperson and the people from the clerk's office, and then everybody else is on the phone making up the quorum. That's wrong. But if you already have a quorum in the room by people being there present, if somebody needs to join by telephonic call, I don't think they should be excluded from doing that. So I don't think we've ever had that part of the discussion. I don't think, if I'm chairman of the, and I am, of the Public Works Committee, and we have the mayor and the clerk of council and everybody else on the telephone, we don't have a quorum in the room. So if you have a quorum in the room, business can go forth anyway. Nothing's being held up. But I agree, a quorum of the committee needs to be in the room and not made up as a result of being on a conference call.
Councilmember Shade.
I'm in support of this ordinance. And the one thing I think that we're listening out on is we don't have to come here to have a meeting. We can advertise a committee meeting. Some of us, I think one committee, we're all West Ashley residents, and we can have a committee meeting, publicize it properly, and have it in West Ashley. That may cause a little bit of problem for the clerk's office as far as getting somebody there to record the minutes. But if we do it properly, to accommodate where we're located, we can certainly have meetings, and I think the public would enjoy that from time to time. That's one of the reasons we want to have this civic center on the Sumar site directed. That's a perfect reason to use something along those lines. And until that's completed, we can have other locations to have committee meetings west of the Ashley. I don't know why we don't do that now.
Your house.
On the back porch.
Any other comments? Councilmember Wagner.
One quick one. In about 8 years, I don't think I've probably missed maybe half a dozen even of these with the call-ins, which you'll have to be really careful of. We had one last month, a public safety, if you recall, was called for a Friday afternoon. I'm en route to North Carolina, and we had a terrible time getting the connection. I think there were 3, maybe 4 times. I think Mike tried to call me, then Peter, and every time I do it, the phone in the car would go nuts. I'd get about 5, 6, 10 words in, and then it'd go, and then it shows a Verizon or something. It was weird. But don't miss your meetings if I can help it. In that particular case, that was an important meeting that I was more upset about missing than anything. But which way it goes, hey, I'm here. I'm here. Either way to go. Whatever y'all want, I'm not going to say another word.
Councilmember Wagner still has the floor. Councilmember Lewis.
I'm finished, Mr. Mayor.
I think I'm before him, Mr. Mayor. It's my turn.
I'm finished.
I haven't spoken on the issue.
Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah, I'm going to support this because I think that the councilman's correct. When we're in meetings and we're having presentations by third party or even by staff, whoever's on that phone is lost, totally lost. So I do think that the councilman has a point here. I mean, I've never done a meeting by telephone. And the first time I really experienced a meeting by telephone was when we had somebody voting by telephone in this body, which I'd never experienced in my life. So I wholeheartedly agree with Councilman Lewis, because I think that you miss so much, okay, when you're on the phone, okay, calling yourself voting on something that you've not even seen.
Any further input? Councilmember Shade did? And who?
I second my own motion.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Griffin and Moody. All right. I believe so. So next is an ordinance regarding rooftop eating and drinking places.
Mayor, I move for deferral on that. I had so many neighborhood association people calling me from Zeke Ragsborough, from Ansonborough, and other places calling me pertaining to this, and they were kind of upset because they feel that this wasn't explained to them properly, and they don't know too much about it, and that's why they want it deferred. So I say, okay, I'm going to vote to defer it if it passed. And so, asking the planning commission to go out and even send information out to these neighborhood associations so they'll know exactly what we're talking about with this rooftop bar, what we plan on doing, and what's the case may be. Because I got a lot of calls from them, even up until yesterday. I got all of them on Sundays. After I got from church, I even had voicemail messages on me. So I'm asking for a deferral on this and asking the planning commission, planning staff, and whoever to get out to these neighborhood associations, let them know exactly what is pertaining to the rooftop bar and how is it, wherever's written down in this ordinance, so they'll know about it. Because right now, I don't even know too much about it, to tell you the truth. And so that's why I'm asking for deferral on it.
Councilmember Griffin. And to defer.
I made several comments over the last couple of months about this ordinance before I ever saw it, mostly in a joking manner to some extent, but now after seeing it, I realize why I'm so angry about it. Number one, this ordinance, it just seems like it's come out of left field, but in actuality, it was discussed in the hotel task force and then excluded. Why? I can only assume because it was too controversial and it may cause us to not pass the ordinance, the hotel ordinance. So it was brought as a separate ordinance. We had public comment tonight. You had people say things like, if we pass this, let's make sure that the hotel let's make sure that at the restaurant bar is shut down by 11 p.m. if it's outside. It reminds me a lot, eerily similar to the ordinance that was brought up a few years ago about shutting down all entertainment at midnight. Very similar. Let me just tell you this. Downtown is unique for many reasons. History, sure. Beautiful buildings, yes. Old families, absolutely. We have some of the most beautiful, beautiful landscapes and some of the most beautiful venues you could ever go to, being up on a rooftop at sunset. What I would like to know is, let's take the emotion out of it. Because there's definitely emotion there. Myself, I'll take it out of me, and the people that want this thing to be passed. Let's take that out and let's stick to the facts. How many noise complaints have been made by rooftop bars on King Street that have actually led to a ticket or summons or anything like that? I'd love to know that answer. How many tickets have been written because a neighbor called in a complaint and said, I can hear them playing music? We're saying that the nearest neighborhood to any hotel any restaurant bar now is 200, 250 feet away or farther. So I want to see what that looks like, because to say that they're a problem and to them actually being a problem is a big difference. We have restaurants and bars that operate currently that have a rooftop, including somebody who was on the task force has a rooftop venue that is very popular, and don't see why there's any problem with it. It's right on a market street in the middle of the market where you have hotels and restaurants and bars all around it. Same thing with what goes on King Street a lot of the time. Have we reached out to the restaurant hospitality community and told them that we're going to ban these? Have we done any due diligence on that? No, we haven't. That is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. This doesn't just affect one person. This affects the whole city. And my point is, we shouldn't be in the business of banning things. Environmental purposes, fine. We've done that. We banned smoking in public parks. We banned single-use plastics. Bravo. we're looking out for the environment. But this, to me, is letting the voice of a few dictate something that's really great in our city. And, you know, I would love to see how many people in this room have actually gone to a rooftop bar and enjoyed it. I could probably name off 5 names of great places, and I bet you the people that want this to be passed, this ban, have never been there. And that tells me that no matter how much you try to accommodate that, the answer is going to be no. And I don't think we should send this back to the task force. I think you're making a dire mistake. The reason it was pulled out of the ordinance is because it was controversial, in my opinion, and I haven't been told otherwise. Send it to one of our committees if we're going to send it anywhere. But more than likely, we ought to just kill it.
Councilmember White, and then Jackson.
I can appreciate, I appreciate rooftop bars. I was there on Friday, one with some friends of mine. Yeah. And they're great places to go and hang out, and you're right, great vistas and views of our community without a doubt. However, there is one thing that currently isn't taken into consideration that really I think is very important, and that is that our downtown is not Charlotte. Our downtown is a living city. We have neighborhoods in our city, and I have 2 in particular downtown that I represent, Ansonburg and French Quarter, that are 100% impacted by rooftop bars, in many cases negatively, because of the noise that comes from it. And so what this effectively does is not necessarily ban it, you could probably classify it that way, but it creates a set of rules or guidelines, if you will, to minimize the impact of the residents. And as long as a rooftop bar, and I'd use Market Pavilion as a good example, I would say they would likely already adhere to every one of these rules. And it's a good example, and I actually said that in the hotel task force. That is a good example of a very high quality and well done rooftop bar. There is a rooftop that's next to the Harbor Club that I can tell you is not a good example, because I was inside of the Harbor Club in a function where there was amplified speaker and the music was so loud inside of the building that it drowned out the speaker, and that was, you know, two buildings down. So my point being is what I would ask for my colleagues to consider is the fact that if we're going to keep downtown a living and breathing neighborhood, we have to think about the residents who call it a neighborhood. And if we don't think about them, they won't call it a neighborhood anymore either, because their quality of life deteriorates to the point where it's no longer what they signed up for, if you will. So that's really, and I will say, I'll give some clarity. The hotel task force, how this began was, it was in the ordinance. But effectively in the discussion, what we identified was there was some pushback on it, because it was, quite frankly, pretty vague. It was just sort of a ban holistically. And that really what was identified is that wasn't likely the right solution. And so it was pulled out and said, okay, let's address it the right way, because there are circumstances where we do want rooftop bars, but we want them done in a way that are mindful to the community that they are in and around. And then the discussion was further, well, okay, maybe it's not necessarily the right thing to do to try to couple this into the hotel or the accommodations ordinance, but separate it, because let's go ahead and address that issue holistically across the city. So that's kind of the why it got to the point that it got to. So I completely understand and agree. Anytime that I come downtown, if it's nice weather out, I'm on a rooftop bar. I enjoy it. It's great. It's wonderful. But at the same time, I also recognize, although I don't live downtown, I represent folks who do, and I just know that if I live next door to some of the rooftop bars and I listen to that till midnight, 1, 2 in the morning, my quality of life would be such that I would no longer want to live in that neighborhood. And what makes Charleston so unique is that as a city, we're not a museum. We're not we don't shut down at 5 o'clock in the evening time and everybody goes home. We're a living community, and after 5, people still live in these neighborhoods. That's what's different. Go to any town in the country and tell me where you find that. We're a rare commodity, but we've got to protect that, and we got to protect our residents that way. The second thing I would say to a deferral, I came in with the expectation, because I got the same comments, a lot of consternation about whether or not this was really, had gone through the process the right way. And it's, again, probably 85% baked, but that 15%'s got a lot of folks worried. And I got a lot of emails, just like Councilmember Mitchell and others did. However, we also mentioned something tonight that's really important to not forget about, and that's pending doctrine. And if we were to defer it, then we still have no guidelines in place that can help give guidance as things are coming along, because our city's rapidly developing. But if we were to give it first reading, we have pending doctrine, and we at least have adopted some rules and guidelines to begin creating some framework where people can operate within. So I've said a lot, but again, I just want folks to know where this came from, why we're here, and to really think about the fact that if we want to have folks who are able to enjoy living in our city, I think we just have to be mindful these are things that impact them. Thank you.
Councilmember Jackson. I called her name after I called White's, and then I'll go to Councilmember
Thank you,
Shade.
Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember White. I think you said the majority of the points that I wanted to speak for myself. And obviously out on James Island, we'd love to have a rooftop bar because, you know, we love having places to go that we don't have to drive a long way to get there. So, but I do think that you have hit the nail on the head in terms of the type of environment that we want to have these rules, as you're calling them, for the neighborhoods of downtown in particular, or West Ashley, in places where, when you think about it, as you drive down King Street, Meeting Street, Broad Street even, the residence is one block deep. I mean, you're on King Street, and then if you go to the back of that same block where you're having your rooftop bar experience, there are houses at the other side of that block. And I think that really is the public trust that we are, you know, elected to serve. This in my head is a gift by the city to the establishments that really do want to have some sort of variety of, you know, the way that they can set up their restaurant or their bar scene. So we're, as opposed to shutting down everything, which the accommodations ordinance did seem to be sort of that black and white hammer, we're opening up opportunities by even, you know, giving it to the kind of zoning codes where we wouldn't expect that hotels are going to go. So I think that we should give it first reading tonight for the very reason you said, Councilmember White. Then at least we have something to be explaining to anyone who would be coming in. Currently, they have a process, but it's a different way of thinking about this. So in my mind, this is a proactive, positive way of dealing with these establishments, as opposed to the special exception variance, you know, permitting process that people have to go through now, where they basically have to prove that they deserve to have a bar like this. So I'm going to vote for a first reading.
Councilmember Shade and then Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to vote for deferral. I don't want to sound like I'm repeating Councilmember Jackson or Councilmember White's comments, but I think if we give this thing first reading, kick it back to the task force, let them kick this thing around a little bit, make the changes that we need to make, advertise, and get public input, the folks that you talk about, Councilmember Griffin, who need to weigh in on this thing, the industry itself, and find out what their objections are to this thing, and find out from neighbors what they like about it, and get something balanced out of this thing, then come back, and we can wait until a month or 2 months later. But let's get something that is much better. I don't like it the way it's written right now. I got a couple objections to it. But but let's get something on the books. Let's kick it around and come back in a session or two and revisit it.
Councilmember Mitchell and Seekings.
I hear my colleagues what they're saying, but I'm not going to support it at all, and that's why I voted for deferral, because if the company type of other way, I'm not going to support it. I live in downtown Charleston. I ride all over downtown Charleston. The community is saying they want to know exactly how this is going to affect them in the community. This is what it's all about. We had one rooftop bar, which the city and we fought and still didn't get anything done. And that's the Dewberry Hotel. They went to court on it, and the city still lost. So now this is what I'm saying. This is in the community, and you have community there. They want to know if these rooftop bars are going to be closer to their community. This is what they want to know. They don't know too much about this because it wasn't really explained to them. So now I'm thinking about the people in the community, not me. Doesn't matter to me because I don't go to it anyway. I don't even go to a bar. So what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying is all about the community. I'm there in this peninsula. And houses are close to, residents are close to this hotel that's going to be built. Because we have a lot of hotels going to be coming here. And if these hotels are going to come and be close to a community, we're going to have a problem. And it's going to be too late. So that's why I asked to have it deferred and let the staff or whomever go out and explain to these communities exactly how these things are going to work, where it's going to be located, if it's going to be located near a community, or how many feet it's going to be from the community, so they'll know exactly what's going to be voted on here in this council chambers. Thank you.
Councilmember Seekings.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. This issue presents many issues. It's sort of the great conundrum. When it came through the hotel task force, there wasn't unanimity about it, and there was a lot of discussion. So to Councilmember Griffin, I just want to say a couple things. Councilmember White sort of captured what I have to say, but I, as you all know, live downtown. And for a long time, I lived at 34 Pinckney Street. And when I lay in my bed, I could not just hear, but I could see not one, not two, but 3 rooftop bars. 2 of them were at hotels, 1 of them was not. The 2 at hotels were the most responsible bars out there. I mean, never heard a word from them. They've managed it. Why? Hotels very much, when they get themselves established in a downtown area for their guests, want the same thing that people who live there. They want clean, quiet, and safe. But it wasn't uniformly that way. There were rooftop bars that were allowed, one of which was literally 100 feet from where I live. The people who live in and around there, and we have a living, breathing city, as Councilmember White said, and we have people living amongst places where people come and visit. You know, we're 135,000 strong in this city, 20,000 on the peninsula, and we have 7.5 million visitors a year. And there has to be some peaceful existence between those 2 competing interests in our economy and our quality of life and all of those things. And this issue is the one I think is going to drive that home for many of us as we work through this. This isn't a ban, it is a special exception. It'll be left to Mr. Lindsay and his team and the communities to think about it and talk about it. I don't love bans, none of us do. I don't love not sleeping at night, the old adage, if you can't beat them, join them. I love going to rooftop bars, but ultimately we moved because it was that much of a distraction. So we don't need to be putting people in a position where they have to move. That's not how the city needs to operate. And I hear what Councilmember Mitchell says. Tomorrow night, there's a meeting at Ansebro where many of us will be there. Councilmember White represents that district. They're going to ask about this, and they're going to have a lot of opinions because they're directly impacted by it. Cannonboro, Elliottboro, Radcliffe Borough. If you live on the back side of Upper King Street, if the wind happens to be coming from the east, you can hear it. It's loud, for sure. Rooftop bars create some issues. So it's something that we have to think about along with other things that are out there. It's not just rooftop bars. There's many questions of livability and all that. We never did ever debate around this council chambers closing bars at midnight. That never happened. That was sort of urban. It was urban myth. We did talk about the balance between livability, business, and having a vibrant urban downtown. And we came up with a set of rules that spaced where entertainment establishments required some kind of good management, and maybe that's where we'll go with this hotel ordinance. As written, it's not great. It needs some work. But we got to think about it. We got to talk about it. If it's deferred or if we give it first reading, it's something we need to address now. The task force told us to do it. The neighborhoods want us to do it. I mean, I see my around the corner neighbor sitting in here from Pinckney Street. It is an issue. and it's one that we just haven't debated. So I would ask that my colleagues sitting here think about this a lot. Think about what makes some sense from a livability standpoint, from a business standpoint, and this isn't just about hotels. There are rooftop bars in lots of places around the city. They're not just on top of hotels. And I will say, to my way of thinking, there may be people who have a different view, but the hotels are the most responsible when it comes to that because they have the same issues of livability. They want their guests to be able to peaceably coexist with people who are having a good time. So let's give this thought. Let's not brush it off. Let's make sure it goes through a process where the neighborhoods get to weigh in on it, so we don't have another Dewberry, so we don't have another group of homeowners that are thinking about leaving because of noise. That's an issue. So whether this gets deferred or not, it's something we got to think about, and we got to be rational about it, just rational about it.
Councilmember Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to vote for deferral. There's something about this ordinance that seems so loose to me. It's one of the worst that I think I've ever seen that's come before us in terms of just general terms and stuff like that. I don't think it's ready to be voted on. I agree with both of my colleagues. I haven't heard from the mayor, but I suspect he's the same way, that we need some meaningful ordinance that controls the noise, or that sets limits on the noise, and what food service is, how that works out. And I'm questioning whether or not this task force that we set up for the accommodations is the right group of people to do this. It seems to me like they a little bit cast it off and then set something. That's the way I feel about it. That's just my opinion. And it might be that we don't have the right people at the table, and we need to maybe think about that. I'm interested in doing something because one thing I do know, there's got to be a balance. You can't have noise destroying your peace at night downtown, late at night. But I don't think this is even, I don't agree with Councilmember White's analysis of 85%. I think it's closer to 50-50. So that's why I'm going to vote to defer, or to send it back to have it reviewed.
Anybody else for the first round? Who hasn't spoken yet? Councilmember Griffin.
I just want to make a couple more points. I'm absolutely happy to entertain some regulation, but I will not support a ban ever. And I can't think of a time where we went to put something this regulated in place and we hadn't even reached out to the business owners about it at all. I mean, nothing. Jacob sat over there and said, no, we haven't reached out to them. Nothing, not at all. That to me just doesn't make sense. Not to mention, I really would like to see some data. I'm sure there have been calls in from neighborhoods. I'd like to see what areas of Charleston actually see those call-ins, what bars are actually getting the calls, because there are some that do a great job. I just want to paint one more picture real quick. It could be a slippery slope, because we have a lot of restaurants and bars downtown that have a downstairs outside area as well. And what are we going to do about that? We can't just say, well, we're going to ban all these rooftop bars when you could walk into a numerous number of establishments along King Street, Market Street, Calhoun, and you could pop out back on the bottom floor and hang out there too. So this ordinance needs a ton of work, and I'm not ready to give something first reading to say, oh, well, let's put something on the books here, when honestly, I think a kindergartner could have wrote this better.
Councilmember C.
Just very briefly, in response to Councilmember Moody, we have limited options of where we send this. I do think the Hotel Task Force is probably a good place to send it, and here's why: the makeup of it. There are people on that task force who live in Ansonboro. There's an owner of a rooftop bar on that task force who doesn't live downtown, but does have a very large rooftop bar downtown. I think it's actually a pretty responsible group. The conversation about this was not crazy. They weren't just like ready to go out and ban rooftop bars all over the place. You've got 3 council members on there, I think, that are either directly affected or their constituents are affected. I think it's a good place to send it. So, I mean, it's certainly up to this body, but I do think actually, and I don't want to speak for them all, but there's a few of them here, I do think the task force would happily accept it back and come with some recommendations. I see John back there nodding. And I think I see some others too. So I would recommend whether we defer or give it first reading, let's send it back to the task force. The other thing is they're assembled and they're ready to go. I don't think we should let this thing sit around for 6 or 7 months. There was somebody, by the way, who in this debate said the task force took 6 or 7 months. It didn't. We didn't take 6 or 7 months. We took about 6 or 7 weeks to come up with what we did. And it was good work. So just my view of where this should end up, I think we'll get more action on it if we send it to an already assembled group that's ready to go and equipped.
Okay. Councilmember White.
Well, I do think, obviously, with the task force, it's assembled and all of that. And it was a good group of people, worked very well together and had a good mix of council members and everything. The other thing, though, I will say is that because it was born out of the discussions of the hotel task force, I do think that it was the interest of that group to somehow make sure we addressed rooftop bars. So to exclude them now from that discussion, I don't think would be the right thing to do. I'm not saying that needs to be the end-all, be-all group, but I do think in some form or fashion, this needs to go back to that group to be able, if it gets deferred or even if it takes first reading, I think it still needs to go back to that group because, again, it was born out of that group, and I think that they certainly had a vested interest in wanting to have that discussion specific around hotels, but it doesn't preclude it from going to any other committee that may be defined or determined to be the right place to go to, so.
Boy, we have a motion on the floor to defer. And I do want to add a comment, I haven't spoken yet, that I do feel the task force would be a good place to send it back to. If we give it first reading, by the way, it would also go to the Planning Commission and be able to get public input there from many individuals. So back to, this was not deleted, Councilmember Griffin, because they were afraid of it being controversial. It's a quality of life issue, and they just wanted to make sure that it was comprehensive and applied to the whole city, because you can put a rooftop facility on a building other than a hotel. Although most of them are on hotels, they just, as we discussed it, well, what about somebody wants to put a loud rooftop bar on an office building or some other kind of building, they just wanted it to apply to the city. And they asked that we bring council ordinance by this particular meeting, September 24th, just to make sure that in a timely fashion that we got going on this thing, and it wasn't unreasonable, and I will admit to you that the thing requires significant more input and thought and improvement. It's far from perfect, but to put it on the books would not be a bad thing while we went through that process. So I will vote against the deferral in the hopes that we'll give it first reading and then also send it to the task force and the Planning Commission. Councilmember Gregory.
Sure. I agree with just about everything you said, because I think it was staff that suggested that the task force not take it up, because our focus was so narrow, and that they thought that it should, like you said, be more comprehensive. I don't know whether or not the task force is the correct group to do that either. So I may disagree with you on that.
Absolutely. Councilmember Mitchell.
That's why I didn't vote to say to kill it. I said vote to defer and send it back wherever we need to go to. This is what I'm saying. I don't want to give first reading on this right now. And that's why I say defer it and let it go back to where it came from. Go to the community, let the community understand what's going on. Go to the neighborhood consortium, let them know, because you have a lot of neighborhood association presidents there. And they were calling too. So that's why I asked for deferral. And let it go back to whatever committee it needs to go to. Let the planning staff make that decision to go to these various neighborhood association, whomever they need to go to explain to the community. I don't know why it's so hard. You know, very seldom I get up here to say anything about these things, but I receive a lot of calls. And I'm adamant about this, you know, and I'm out there, out in that streets more than most of you all out here, and my colleagues here. You see, and this is what I was hearing, so I said, I'll go to the council and ask them to defer it and send it back to wherever committee it needs to go to, and then go out to the community so they can understand exactly what they're talking about, rooftop bar, how close it's going to be to community, where it's going to be placed. These are type questions that they're asking that they want to know, because they don't know. You know.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to defer. Councilmember Waring.
Being from representing a bedroom district, and that's what pretty much District 7 is, and a lot of council members on that represent West Ashley, Councilman Shealy, Councilman Wagner, you guys too. You guys. Yeah, you guys too.
Me too.
All you guys over there, you lady. I'm very sensitized to what the downtown councilmen are saying, in particular who have neighbors that live next or close proximity. Because you know what, West Ashley does get revitalized in the right way. Somebody's going to ask for a rooftop bar over there. That's going to be 100 feet or 100 or 200 feet from the residence. So if you guys get it right, then that means we get it right. So Councilman White, Seeking, obviously Mitchell, I hear you about the concern. I want to support you, but let me ask you this. Or maybe this goes to staff as well. If we defer and it goes back to the task force, I mean, I'm in favor of doing that with the task force. In the interim, the part that caught my attention was if we did give it first reading, then that tells everybody, stop the show till we get this worked out. Councilman Mitchell, my question to you is, if we don't stop the show, and to staff, by the way, are there any intrusions to additional rooftop bars that could occur until this task force finishes this body of work?
I can't answer that question.
I'm talking about let's say somebody already has the zoning.
So are you asking, would it affect a rooftop bar that is currently
Or that hadn't
built,
come
or-
before planning yet?
So there would be no change to the ordinance unless council gave it first read. So right now, there are no additional regulations on rooftop bars. A rooftop bar is treated just like a bar on the ground level in the current regulations. The regulations that apply to a bar or a restaurant. And that would be the same, unless you give it first read, in which case it would be pending. Otherwise, no change.
I'm a little confused.
Councilman Mitchell, I need some feedback from you. I hear your deferral, but
I hear what you're saying.
yeah, I hear what you're saying, but your people are also upset about rooftop bars, noise, etc., destroying the quality of life.
Right.
How do we put a gatekeeper on that until the process is finished with a deferral? I'm just.
I don't even know if what we have here now is going to do anything. The way it's written, I have read over it, and it seems so.
We got unanimity on that almost. Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying that when they read it and they heard about it, and the community heard about it, and these neighborhood associations heard about it, and they called me, they said, why nobody wasn't mentioning this to us that he's going to talk about the rooftop bar so we can give our input because we were dealing with it. This is what I'm saying. Community, it's not, whatever my colleagues go is fine with me. But I'm just saying what the calls that I was getting pertaining to the rooftop bar, because a lot of these people was dealing with rooftop bar more so than anybody else around here. And that's the problem. And they figure more rooftop bars are going to come closer to the community that they have already, then the quality of life that they have is going to be destroyed. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know, case. it's going to be the best solution, if you may. I don't know.
All right, without objection, we've discussed this at some length, and by our rules, you speak twice, and some of us have now spoken 3 or 4 times. Could we call the question on the deferral of this matter? All in favor? I'll be fine. All in favor of deferring number 2, please vote aye.
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 Raise your hand so we can.
Councilmember Shealy, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Wagner, Councilmember Gregory, Councilmember Berry, Councilmember Williams, and Councilmember.
And all opposed, I presume, of the rest of the motion passes. It is deferred.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yes, yes, sir.
Is it deferred, or can we decide it's going to go to the task force for consideration?
I don't know that we need to have a motion to that. I can, well,
Mr. Mayor?
I'd be glad to entertain a motion.
I think
for
with
that.
the motion, when I was making the motion, I wanted the motion to defer it, but send it to whatever committee, task force, wherever we need to go to. That's what I wanted included to that.
I would, if your motion is send it to the hotel task force, I will second it. Okay, we have a motion to send this matter to the hotel task force for further review and to make a recommendation back to council. Councilmember Moody?
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe give a little attention to West Ashley. Councilmember Waring was kind of going where I was going to go. I mean, I know in Avondale, there's a lot of bars there, and there's a lot of houses right behind there that, so this is not necessarily a downtown problem. This could be anywhere, right? And right now in Avondale, and I would say that wherever we send it, that we give some attention to West Ashley or have some input from maybe some task force people or put some people on that could maybe look at that are familiar with that situation. That's my only recommendation or ask.
Member Waring?
I want to echo that if we can get, because I think that's a problem that's going to come across the bridge sooner rather than later. And I think one other person or one other entity ought to be represented there. Is anybody from the police department on the task force? Because when it comes from an enforcement issue from bad actors, like Councilman Seekings referred to, one hotel's great, 2 blocks down the street, you got a bad actor. I'm talking about disturbing the peace.
Right. So as we had with the task force before, for example, Chairman Krawcheck was like an auxiliary member, like an advisor, and I'm happy to add some more firepower to the committee as needed. We do have a couple of West Ashley residents on the task force already, being Jimmy Palacios and myself, but be welcome to add some more.
I would say Avondale, maybe off the planning commission or something like that. And if we can put some enforcement on there, that's all.
That'd be great. Good suggestions. All right. All in favor of doing that, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, number 3, we got an ordinance to update the requirements of introduction of touring stock. That's mostly our horses. Any discussion on this? Councilmember Moody.
I was just going to give Ratio a shout out for working with the carriage people, and both of these ordinances have been vetted through them, and I think they're good ordinances. I was going to give him a shout out for doing a good job. But
Okay.
anyway, so
He'll be back, I think. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Number 4 involves the vehicle weight of the carriages.
Second.
All right. Any discussion on that one?
Second.
Any discussion on number 4? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. And next is the ordinance just to expand the membership of the Commission on Women. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. And so next, I believe, unless I'm missing something, we go back to council communications, item number 3, about Mr. Willie. This was requested by Councilmember Waring. So Councilmember Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We discussed this during the interim audit done by Mr. Majerny.
Yes, sir.
These expenses came up, and in this process, at least I, as a councilman, and I don't believe the majority of council knew that we spent north of $83,000. There isn't a person elected in city council that can spend $83,000 without going through procurement or certainly the due diligence of those expenses coming in front of council. This started from the 16 budget, which was the last budget that would have been passed by Mayor Rowley. So those of us who were on council prior in 2015, when we again perused the budget, discussed the budget, looked at those expenses, and passed those expenses and income, frankly, this expense that occurred in 2016 and spanned across to 2017 wasn't in there. And it wasn't brought in front of any council member. Our procurement process were laid aside. And when I brought the question to Mr. Majerny doing the internal audit part, because he had a small amount for Mr. Willie in the initial audit report, he said it was a small amount, something like $1,600. I said, my understanding the expenses to Mr. Willie were more than $1,600. And he said, well, that's because he's in the legal department. Now, I've been on council almost 8 years, and I have to admit, and I don't believe I'm the only one on the council that just found this out, doing the internal audit, that expenses can be created in our legal department above $40,000 without having to come through city council. Well, when we asked for a total for those expenses to be included, Mr. Majerny did a good job, and I have it in front of me. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 total categories where work was done by Mr. Willie and paid for by the city of Charleston. And this council asked our legal department to provide the copy of the contract by which this was approved. At the meeting over at Daniel Island, our legal counsel came back and reported, as you all know, there was no contract. So then we asked also about an engagement letter. Our legal department told us there was no engagement letter. We asked about scope of work. There was no scope of work. So I asked Mr. Majerny during the final, his final reporting on the audit draft, how can you audit expenses if you don't have a criteria or a contract or a scope of work or even as little as an engagement letter to say whether an expense was an allowed expense or not? He told me you can't. As a matter of fact, he told us he couldn't. An expense was created, and in my opinion it was egregious, that our auditor couldn't even audit what occurred. He can total up the sum of the invoices. The income or the body of work was so, it had, I would say, no parameters on it, to the point to where there's an expense here for council meetings. So they got paid, I think, at $150 an hour to sit and observe council meetings. Well, that's not the $9,999.46 was to sit in the chamber at $150 an hour and observe city council meetings. Now, I want to ask our CFO, do we have anybody on the city payroll right now that we're paying $150 an hour as a consultant to watch and observe city council meetings? It's a pretty easy answer to that.
Councilmember Maureen, I don't want to interrupt, but I had recommended that this go into executive session to talk about because I had some concerns of the direction we were heading. So I would just like to bring that up to council, and if it's so minded, we'd go into executive session to discuss this.
Well, since you direct that to me, I'm going to tell you, put the motion on the floor. Somebody can put the motion on the floor, but I'm
Yes, sir.
not going to vote for that, and I'll tell you why. I'm not going to vote for that, and I'll tell you why. I have the floor. We've done this in executive session. And when we went into executive session, and we must have been in that executive session almost an hour and a half. We had no disclosure of these expenses. None of the council members knew about this. And that was one of the problems with this expense being created. It is our process by which this expense was approved. There was no process. There was no due diligence. Taxpayers' dollars actually was allowed to pay for a person to sit at home and look at a virtual meeting on YouTube, on the internet. Taxpayers' dollars. That should never happen. You know, so whatever legal advice you have on that, I would ask council that we get that in the public square, not behind closed doors. So I'm not in favor. If there's a second to your motion to go in executive session, I'm telling you I'm going to vote against that. Because I think the public needs to hear the legal advice that the city may be threatened with or subject to.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to go into executive session. Well, he didn't have the floor at that time. So I
yield the floor.
I understand, if I'm reading this agenda correctly, discussion of internal auditor's summary of charges paid to Mr. Willie from January 2016 to June 2017 to be turned over to SLED. And I think that involves a person, as I understand, who served as an independent contractor, even though as Councilmember Waring has said, there was no engagement letter involved with it, but he served as an independent contractor. And I think it falls under, and tell me if I'm wrong with this, Susan, but it would fall under a personnel matter. And if it does, then I think we have an obligation to go into executive session.
My basis was that I think if this discussion is headed where the agenda suggests it is, then the city could potentially be exposed to litigation. And it was that I wanted to discuss with council. Whether council chooses to accept that advice or not, I mean, that's obviously up to you, but I felt as corporation counsel that at least I had an obligation and a duty to bring that to your attention.
second to the motion. Executive session. Councilmember Griffin.
Ms. Ardina, everything that has been said so far was laid out in the audit report. So couldn't you give us some sort of signal if that conversation turns that way? I don't think that we should go into executive session when we're literally going over items that were presented, that were put out to the public, and they were taxpayer funds that were used to pay for them. You know, what he said so far, I can't imagine anything that was said that would be privy to any litigation so far.
The facts that were in the report are certainly in public. What is listed on the agenda, in my estimation, takes it to a different level, and that before action is taken on that, before this body takes action on that, I felt an obligation to say that I think it should be discussed in executive session because it could lead to exposure. You're absolutely right. What's in the auditor's report is public. It makes no findings. It's a listing of expenses and a description of expenses. But what is listed on the agenda, I'm concerned it leads us to a different place.
I'm just going to make my one comment, and then I'm not going to open my mouth about this again. I know how I'm going to vote. I am ashamed that our city paid for these services, because we would never allow any other person, probably in the history of the city, to be paid to go to a catered lunch, to go home and watch meetings online. I think there was definitely a extreme level of deceit. I don't think we've gotten all of the facts. I think we could ask them 100 different ways and we're never going to get them. I'm not saying you. I'm saying there's only two people that know how this agreement was made. One of them is sitting right there and the other one's not in this room. And it doesn't matter how many times we ask, we're never going to get the answer. So I'm not going to say I know how I'm going to vote. I'm going to leave it at that, but definitely something needs to be done, because we can't justify this. We can't. 2 years have passed since this situation was resolved. But as you've said many times, and we talked about this before, out of the grace of good fortune, it seems like there was 6 months of pro bono work done. And I can't see how that wouldn't come back up at some point. So I'm just appalled that it happened. And I sure hope that we can find some solution, because our taxpayers deserve to know how their money is spent. And I can't imagine that they would ever allow something like this to happen. Not when we have a drainage project that's $50 million over budget. Not when we can't even give a cost of living increase. We've got to beg and beg and beg. We were going to start it 6 months into the year. We couldn't even afford to do it for the whole year. We did it, but when you look back at how some of this other money was spent, then you realize the kind of hole that we're in and how we got there.
We have a motion on the floor to go in executive session. Is there any discussion relative to that?
Yeah, I was just going to ask Mr. Dina, is your concern that you believe that Mr. Willie has intentions of suing the city?
I think that's certainly a risk if this action is taken by council. I don't know that for sure, but I'm saying, and this is what I would be discussing in executive session, but I think that to suggest that a matter be sent to SLED gives rise to a suggestion of criminal conduct.
Yes.
And I think that could very well lead to a defamation lawsuit.
Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't think that anybody's talking about Mr. Willie. To me, these issues, and that has nothing to do with him. I saw that there, but I think the issue to me, it has to do with the decisions that were made to pay him. Nothing to do with him. And who made those decisions?
Well, Councilmember Gregory, I'm just going by what we discussed to be included on the agenda. And if we're now going to take another, if this is going to turn into another direction, that's not included on our agenda, so that raises another question, frankly, whether it should be deferred until the next meeting.
Councilmember Shade.
And that's sort of the question that Councilmember Gregory just brought up. If we're looking at something that's improper, an impropriety, and that means it involves another human being, another person. And if we're going to do that, I think, and we're talking about something that's very serious here, is criminal charges being referred to a law enforcement agency, and out of an abundance of caution, we have an obligation to this body to make sure that we do this properly, and we're getting legal advice from the person who we hired to go into executive session. Now, the facts that we've been dealing with are public. We're not hiding anything from the public. We've got the information. Councilmember Wayne has gone over that again with us, and I appreciate him outlining the things that you just outlined.
I'm not finished.
I know you are. I know you haven't, but you've outlined and give us a good review of the things that you're concerned about, which is public information. So the public part of it is out there. Then we're going into a different tier, and I'm just cautioning everybody here that when we get to this sensitive nature, this is why that statute is written the way that it is, that we go into executive session.
We can get that advice in public. There's no law against getting legal advice in public, in the public square.
There's a motion on the floor. I'd like to call the question. All in favor of going into executive session, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Right.
All in favor of going into executive session, call out the name. All these are people in favor of going into.
That's correct.
Yes. All right, so I have Councilmember Jackson, Councilmember Shea, Councilmembers Mitchell and Lewis, and Mayor. And Larry. Okay, city council. All right.
All right. The motion fails.
Yes.
All right. So, Councilmember White.
Mr. Dean, I absolutely appreciate your thoughtful guidance on the issue. You are obviously in a role to protect us, and that's what you're doing, and I appreciate that. The reason I voted no for the executive session is because as I read this is, although Mr. Willie's name is noted here, this is a discussion about charges paid to him, not necessarily about him. So as I read it, I didn't think that this was an issue that we were speaking. It could have been, Mr. Smith. It didn't have to necessarily be Mr. Willie. The second thing, but that being said, if we find ourselves in a discussion here as we're talking about this, and we do start treading in that area, it is mindful that we all need to be very cautious about what we say in the public realm and not putting ourselves or the city at risk in that discussion. The other thing I'll say about this is transparency.
Right.
We have, under Mayor Riley for 8 years, I probably could count on one hand how many times we went into executive session. It was taboo. And I have to say, over the last 4 years, I think I can't find a council meeting that we haven't gone into executive session. So I would just say that, it's our role and responsibility to be as open and transparent as possible, protecting ourselves and the interests of the city. And I think that we need to be mindful that as this discussion pursues forward. But we have got to stop going into executive session for every single thing. Our role is to be transparent with the taxpayers. That's the reason why that video camera is rolling, because there was a time when that camera wasn't in this room. And we voted to bring that camera in this room because there were people who wanted to know what their government was doing, but didn't have the capacity to get here. And transparency, I think, is critical to us as we move forward. And that's outside of any of this discussion. It's just, we need to be mindful of that. Thank you.
When I got elected, I had a number of meetings with Mayor Riley about different topics, everything under the sun, it seemed like, that the city was involved with at that time. And I thought my sessions were over, and I was walking out of the room, and he said, John, we've got to have one more meeting. I said, what's that about, Mayor Riley? He said, the lawsuits. There were numerous lawsuits that the city was engaged with, and I don't savor going into executive sessions, but everything from the Gilliard lawsuit to annexation lawsuits, personnel matters. I mean, from my recollection, those are the things we've had to discuss in executive session. They're totally appropriate, in my opinion, but for what it's worth. Councilmember Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I yield the floor for the deferral vote. Now, Councilor, you had advice for us? I, for one, am willing to accept that advice in the public square, so we can get that advice on the floor, council. So you want to continue with your advice?
The attorney-client privilege runs to the body, so you actually have to vote as a majority, regardless of executive session, to waive the attorney-client privilege, which protects the public fisc of the city of Charleston, not you all individually, just so you know. So in order to get legal advice from Susan on an issue that involves litigation, I practiced litigation for 7 years, and I would never, ever, ever do this in public, ever. But in order to do that, you have to vote as a majority to waive the attorney-client privilege on behalf of the city of Charleston.
I'm sure we all understood that. I tell you what, we'll get our advice later on. I'll stick within the parameters of the audit report.
And again, from my concern, the issue is any publication. What is said here in public that could lead to the city's exposure.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to address, how do we get to the approval process to approve? And it's in excess of $83,000. It's in excess of what Mr. Majernik has here. And the reason I say that is we're told that there may be 5 or 6 months worth of invoices that were never turned in to our CFO. And if you average out the monthly amounts of the invoices, they came to about $4,644 per month. So if you took that times 6 months, that could be somewhere between another $25,000, $30,000 that has not been brought forward, and the statute of limitations have not passed. So we could be, at the end of this election, frankly, if you lose, those invoices will probably be presented. There's a potential that those invoices will be presented. And then we'll have the decision on whether we pay them or not. We would be approving expenses after the fact on a level of expenses that should have come to us on the front end. That's what wasn't done. The name Mr. Woolley, it couldn't be that. It could be Jim Brown. It could be Katie Zimmerman. It could be Mr. Alexander. It's the method in which the money was approved to spend. There are other things out there. There was an expense with Gigabyte and Chernoff Newman. Chernoff Newman is a public relations firm, and Ms. Majernik has the fee being paid for that being $4,677. I'm told there were 4 or 5 things to be done by Chernoff Newman. All of them were not completed, but the expense was paid. Also, the initial expense to that marketing firm was in excess of $40,000. I believe the final amount was right around $38,000. It appears that that amount was negotiated down to avoid the $40,000 threshold coming in front of council, which would mean more due diligence. As a matter of fact, we never got any report, any substance, why we paid Chernoff Newman the I believe it was around $38,000. So when you begin to drill down and ask the questions, that's not what we do. We're not investigators. When taxpayers' dollars, this isn't our money. We're stewards of someone else's money. When somebody else's money isn't spent in an appropriate way, those dollars need to be returned. You know, sometimes on Sunday, and most of us are very active in our churches, sometimes I actually collect contributions. So you get the basket and you go down the rows and you eventually come and obviously turn the monies into the church. Well, you ever looked at some of the faces of the people that's putting money in those baskets to support the church? Young people, middle-aged people, and in particular senior citizens. Matter of fact, if it wasn't for the support of senior citizens, a lot of churches would have to close. But 2 Sundays ago, I had the privilege of doing that at St. Patrick's. And I thought about the same retirees on fixed incomes that was putting money in that basket, paid their property taxes to this city. And I'm convinced they didn't think their money would be spent this way. So how does the city council say, you know what? When we had an internal audit and we found that travel expenses wasn't paid in 280 some odd days, you paid them. And I thank you for doing that. When you didn't know that taking a city car home, et cetera, was an expense, you said you didn't know, and you paid it. And I thank you for that. And I'm sure the taxpayers did too. But when transparency is avoided, and the expenses on this, when you look at it, goes beyond $100,000. We pay Novak $250,000 a year, per year on their consultant contract. And I saw where the expense paid for advice on the citizen help desk was, I want to get it right, citizen help desk. Well, number one, for quality of life was $5,500. Come on. Customer service desk, I'm sorry. Wasn't citizen help desk, it's customer service desk. $6,105. We already paid Novak $250,000, which helped stand up that customer help desk to increase efficiencies. And a person who's supposed to be working in the legal department, by the way, legal, the amount of monies that our internal auditors could trace, and let me read what the internal auditor said. Based on the invoices, most charges are for advisory services for the mayor and his staff rather than legal services. And when you go down to legal research, of the $83,595.44, legal research that our auditor, internal auditor, could trace was $4,137. Now, for all inquiring minds, that's less than 5% of the total amount paid to Mr. Willie, according to our internal auditor. In excess of 95% had worked outside our legal department, which means it should have gone through the procurement. And the only reason it was stopped was because of discussion in an executive session. Again, we didn't know the amounts at the time, but it had to stop. As a matter of fact, for the public, it was clear that the 2018 budget was not going to pass if these type of expenses were contained in the 2018 budget. Now let me repeat that. It was clear to all council members that if those expenses continued, the 2018 budget would not have passed. That expense was removed from the budget. And I'm happy for that, and I thank you for that. But the money needs to be returned. We don't have the ability to do that. We don't have the ability to investigate, hypothetically, the additional aspects of the Chernoff-Newman expense. Almost 50% of the expenses were tied with coming to meetings. Just coming to meetings. You know, if we advertise that position to the city of Charleston residents, that you would be paid at that level to come and attend meetings, I promise you the applicants supersede the applicants for the Ravenel Bridge Run. That many people would sign up for it. But the part that was, and I'm going to adopt Councilman Griffith's terminology, shameful. How could somebody sit home, look at city council meetings online, and get paid for it? And by the way, just take $150 an hour and divide into $1,347.50. That's what we paid for virtual observation. Certainly that's more than one meeting. That's several meetings. Just take $150 and divide into $1,347.50. Mr. Mayor, who approved that? Who said, yes, pay that?
The legal department. So
It wasn't, listen, that's where the problem is. You're saying that that the majority of these expenses are in the legal department, and that's just not true. It's just not true and accurate.
It's true. So, would you like me to reply?
I would.
Are you finished, sir?
I would. I am not finished.
Okay,
I'll hear from my colleagues.
I'd like for you to finish first, and then
No.
I'll be happy to reply.
You can't tell me when to finish. You don't have that right.
Please, our council rules limit us to 20 minutes. You're at 14 minutes and 29 seconds.
Huh? So now you're timing me. I'll ask my colleagues if the time comes for additional time, if that should arise. But yeah, I'll listen to you. As a matter of fact, we need to hear this for the first time, because how this got approved, we never heard it the first time. So tell us all, please.
Well, actually, I replied to this matter at the audit committee meeting, the last one, and I presume my answer was not acceptable to you, but it hadn't really changed. And what I said at that time, this was on August the 19th, from the beginning of my term as mayor, he, Mr. Willie, has been an advisor on legal matters, and also I would have considered him at the time part of my leadership team. We had like weekly meetings at my office of city staff, including Mr. Willie, who I considered part of my leadership team, to help put in place initiatives, all of which have legal implications, that I proposed when I was running for mayor. I had this long list of things, my quality of life initiatives. It included forming the customer service desk. I can pull the copy out for you if you like. It was on many, many different initiatives. Things like getting the citizen service desk in place. Things like exploring our economic development opportunities in our city. So Mr. Willie worked on all these things, and I guess if I may recount a little history, I changed the practice of the mayor and the city having an outside corporation counsel when I asked Ms. Cantwell to become our corporation counsel. Prior to that, Mr. Desessor was our corporation counsel. There's a budget in the legal department for the hiring of attorneys on legal matters and advice to the mayor. And that's exactly what I did. So to tell you the truth, we saved a lot of money in that line item when we brought the corporation counsel in-house. So how the invoices were broken down were actually reviewed and approved by the legal department. And honestly, they didn't come to me personally. They were submitted as any outside attorney would to the legal department, and they were approved. I know it's not cheap to hire an attorney, but on the range of fees that the city had allowable for attorneys to be paid, he was at the lower end. And I find in almost every issue we dealt with, even in one of the emails I was referring at the time that Councilmember Griffin had submitted, where Mr. Willie had listed 8 or 9 different initiatives that he was working on at the time. He reported that. He was advising me and helping with me on those, and they all had some legal aspect. But honestly, I mean, it's not unwise or unusual to have an attorney to be part of your leadership team, and that's just what happened. It went on, and that for about a year and a half, as you have noted, and it became clear to me after the executive session that we had that council didn't like some of his extracurricular volunteer activities, and I agreed with you and decided not to ask him to provide any additional services to the city. And at that point, the indication from council was that would be it with the matter. And here we are 2 years later talking about it again. But anyway, that's what happened.
Who gave the advice not to have a contract and a scope of work? He's an attorney. You wanted the legal advice. Who approved? You don't need a contract. You don't need a scope of work. You don't need an engagement letter.
No one advised me that one was needed. He was an outside attorney, and we submitted our bills to the legal department. They were reviewed and approved. I didn't see the details of them until you did, to be honest with you.
I'll listen to my colleagues. I'd like to hear comments.
That's one question.
Councilmember White.
So as being part of the leadership team, and you didn't the invoices didn't come to you, they went to the legal department. But how did he get direction as to what to do? Like, I mean, was the legal staff saying, go to this meeting and go to that meeting? And to watch this meeting? I mean, who was giving him direction? Because that's what I was confused about, is exactly who was, if there was no contract, there was no scope of work, who was telling him what to do?
Well, the scope of work would have been to help put into place the quality of life initiatives that I mentioned. And we have, I got them in my desk across the hall. I could bring them over here and show them to you. We would review all of our initiatives and what we had accomplished quarterly, and that was the scope of work, if you will. We were working on the things that I proposed, and our citizens obviously agreed with, or they wouldn't have elected me in the first place. We were trying to put those initiatives into action, and we were doing that. That was the scope of work. Councilmember Griffin.
I've just got a couple of questions. You just said that you told Mr. Willie it wasn't a good idea for this to go on anymore after the executive session. But the executive session didn't happen until November of 2017, and the invoices stopped in June. So what would you say as to, was he not working for the city from June to November, or was he?
Well, he was, but we didn't approve any more invoices.
So there were some other invoices out there?
There were, yeah.
Well, I'd like to see those.
We saw them at that time.
I'd like to see those. That was our election season.
Would anyone else like to be heard? Councilmember Gregory?
Yeah, Mayor, just a couple of things. I know you make light of Cardgate because you did the other night at the debate.
I make light of what, sir?
Business cards.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you even make it a joke and make it look as though council is petty. But we're not, because I think, but for a Cardgate, that's what I call it, okay, we probably wouldn't be here.
But for what?
But for the business card issues that was brought up, okay, as a part of the audit, okay, I'm saying we probably would not even have gotten here, okay? For me, there's a pattern, Mayor, in all due respect. There is a pattern from the cards to this, and I can go beyond the cards, okay, earlier than the cards, with regard to what I consider a pattern, okay? And it's a pattern, well, what I have to say, Mayor, I just have to say it. And it starts before we got here. It started with Miss Wineglass. And I have to say it, okay? Miss Wineglass, from Miss Wineglass to Cardgate, now here. There's a pattern to me. And I think that this council has been remiss. And by that I mean, if you go to, I think it's section 200 of the city code that deals with forfeiture and talks about moral turpitude, all of which are assessments of whether or not the mayor can in fact be removed. We didn't touch that. We didn't even discuss that as a council. We really didn't. We did not discuss it. We didn't even bring it up, but we could have. And I'm saying all that to say, Mayor, I think that this needs to be looked into. I think that these numbers need to be looked at, and need to be looked at not by us. I don't think we have the skills to do the kind of, I hate to use the term investigation, but investigation into this cost. We don't. It has to be somebody outside of us, Mayor. Because I do think, okay, that you got a pass from this body some time ago. But this is not something that I think we should continue as council members who took an oath. Okay? We took an oath to uphold the Constitution, to uphold the laws of this city. This has nothing to do with a mayor's race or anything for me. Nothing. But I do think, Mayor, that as I read this, I can't explain it, and I don't think that you're really doing a good job to me of explaining it either. So I do think it's necessary for a third party, at a minimum, to investigate these invoices and costs.
Mr. Mayor, we first vote to do this audit. Yep, excuse me. Sorry. When we first voted to do this audit, it was because of the business cards. We had no idea we were going to get this deep, this far. And I heard more than one council member say too, we put the internal auditor on a big spot. We put him in a position that he didn't want to be in. We should have hired someone, an auditor outside, to do this auditing. We wouldn't be sitting here tonight. We didn't, and that's why we're sitting here tonight. I don't know if the right thing to do now is to send this to Slade, because I don't think we got anything else different to tell Slade than what's in the auditor's report. We made a mistake. Just not having someone outside come and audit your office the way it was suggested. So I don't know where to go from here. I know we made a mistake. I had no idea it was going to get this deep. It was going to go to this point. So I'm just kind of, I don't know where I'm at with this.
Well, Councilmember Lewis and council members, we did hire an outside attorney who had worked for the Ethics Commission. He gave you a letter stating that he saw no criminal intent, no criminal activity whatsoever. We have a matter here where through the legal budget of the legal department, I, in essence, hired Mr. Willie to be an advisor and both legally and as part of my leadership team for the first 2 years of this administration to try to put in place a number of things that I ran on that have been good for the city. Mr. Willie did, frankly, a very good job. I know y'all got upset with him because he gets involved in political races and other things that you don't agree with or like him for. And he's a fine young man. Just this last Saturday at the NAACP banquet, were you still there, Councilmember Mitchell, for the work that he had done on behalf of a pro bono basis for the NAACP? He was recognized and awarded for wonderful community work. He did, in fact, Councilmember Waring, take the due diligence and work that was necessary to help get our customer service desk started. And that's been a wonderful success. I mean, just last month, we fielded over 7,000 calls. And I got to tell y'all, sometimes you need somebody who's a little tough and a little hard-nosed and a little stick-to-itness to get things done in a bureaucracy, even as we have here in the city of Charleston. And I was glad to have Roy helping me get some of those things done. And he gave me sound advice and good advice. He worked hard. Yes, part of his duties were to stay in touch with what was going on with council. Honestly, I never saw those specific billings until after the fact. As I told you here tonight, and I told you a month or two ago, they were approved by the legal department, and nobody ever raised any red flags with me or cautioned me as to anything being improper or inappropriate. He was working, he was helping achieve the things that I set out to achieve when I ran for office, and that's just what happened. That's it.
One last thing, Mr. Mayor. I didn't say that I had something against Mr. Willie because he does political work. You the mayor, you had the right. You the mayor, you had the right to hire who you want to hire. I'm not an auditor. We had an outside auditor that the attorneys hired. I don't know how deep he digged, but when this money came up with this $80,000, it was about at the end of when we were about to wrap this thing up. So now whether he really looked at that or thought of that, he didn't present it to us. Our internal auditor presented it to us and said, this is what he found. And this what we didn't get a breakdown on every penny he spent. Not accusing you, saying you did nothing inappropriate, but we didn't do our job by counsel recommending someone outside. Legal counsel already got someone from the outside. So whatever this council wished to do after this, it is fine with them. But I know where my position stands.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, I really hadn't planned on saying anything this evening. I feel like we've got two observations, and those observations are leading to accusations by some of us about the way that you conducted your first couple of years in office in bringing in someone, as you're calling Mr. Willie, a member of your leadership team. And I think if we could separate out that decision from the way that the payments were made and potentially should have been put on a different procurement type track, we would have a much different conversation now. I don't really fathom that looking around this room to the men who I serve with, who have important positions, have had a lot of management and leadership in your own lives, or you're still in that kind of roles, to say that someone like our mayor, who's coming into a job following a gentleman who had been in office for 40 years and cultivated his team, his staff, his city, his inside City Hall way of doing his job to a level of excellence that put our city on the map for how many years of Mayor Riley's tenure, why would any of us criticize this new leader of our city who came in with a list of things that he wanted to accomplish, which is why many of us voted for him to be our mayor in 2015? Why would we criticize that a new leader would not value having someone who is on his team? I think that would be the natural thing, that any leader coming into a responsible job like Mayor Tecklenburg took over in 2016, we would all have that kind of person by our side. So the decision that he made to hire a gentleman that he trusted, who had proved himself to be capable and smart and a lawyer, I think that that's a very logical step by the mayor when he joined the city. The way that the payments were made, that probably is questionable and probably should have been done in a much more formal procurement way. But frankly, I think strategically he had the ability to say this man was an outside counsel within the procurement regulations of our city for that purpose, and it would never be an ethics violation or even a procurement violation in the way that that money was used. He didn't go outside of budget. I don't think anyone is saying that they went over budget. The mayor just said that he actually saved money by rearranging the way that the corporate counsel's office was staffed. So I know that we have a lot of complaints around this table. I'm personally very tired. I was away yesterday, first at a friend's house who had a stroke, and then last night at a memorial service for another friend. I got up at 5 o'clock this morning to drive to come to council. I'm really very tired, and I don't know what we're going to accomplish right here. So I hope that we can come to a conclusion that mistakes were made, as you all have been fair and judicious to remind the mayor of his judgment and his ability to learn how to do better with the way that, he made the decisions about the expenditures going in and out of his office. But I don't think we have any reason to be here any longer this evening talking about something that will not be any new information coming forward. So thank you very much. I'm sorry to be a cranky woman, but that's my role.
Thank you. Councilmember Wagner.
A little bit torn on this one. And as it's been framed, this is not about an individual, it's about procurement, and the procurement rules were followed, if they were, if whether or not the money was authorized or not. That's what it's about, from what I've understood so far. I'm not sure what to do next, or what I've just heard. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I've read the audit report. I've been to all of the meetings, and my mind hasn't gone quite yet. I am not certain that whatever comes next, I'm prepared to vote one way or the other on just yet. I have, if it is taken that these are very serious, this could be a whole lot of problems. For the mayor. I mean, if we don't want to do the wrong thing here, I don't think, there's not a soul in here said, let's go do something stupid. But my feelings are, I don't want to do you wrong, but I don't want to give you a pass if you're guilty. That's not my decision. You know what I mean? And so I don't think I'm willing to vote personally on anything, but I'm just not sure what to do next. And I think I don't want to do anything premature, you know? If, you know, you fell asleep or something and said, I did it, I'm guilty, you know? I mean, then I'd really feel bad, you know? But that's not going to happen. But what I'm trying to do is make sense of all of it. When it doesn't fit any of the procurement rules that I've known all my life, or, you know, there's no end product that you can see, feel, or touch. And that's always been a problem. So I'm not going to vote on anything about anything. It's just, you know, whatever's going to come down is going to come down.
Councilmember Wagner, picking up on that point, you know, our procurement code, or it's actually a policy, it's not even a code, does not address legal services. And so, as you all know, the way we've operated forever, and I always think very well, is that there is every year, you know, we give an estimate of what we think we're going to incur in legal costs, and it's just an estimate because sometimes we have cases that come in we don't anticipate and we have to pay defense cost, and then there are other cases what we want to bring, like the LDC case, where we incur costs that we did not anticipate. So the procurement policy has been designed, I think, intentionally to exempt legal professional services from that to give us the flexibility, you know, to operate. So we talk about violation of the procurement policy. You know, that right now, that doesn't exist, or that would not be a violation. I don't believe that the state code either regulates legal services. I believe legal services are exempt from the state code too. And one other point I want to bring up, and I know Councilmember Waring, I think I mentioned this at Daniel Island, but when Robert Majernik characterized the expenses and he only had a small amount for legal services, frankly, that was an accountant looking at timesheets. It wasn't necessarily a lawyer looking at a timesheet, and I think that anytime a lawyer gives advice, you know, he's got his lawyer hat on, and I think when those bills were looked at by Corporation Counsel, that was the way she viewed it. So when Robert described legal services as a small, very small category, I'm not sure that was a totally correct way to list those expenses, because a lawyer is always acting in an advisory capacity when he's sitting in a meeting. I mean, that's a legal service. So I just wanted to bring up that point.
You directed that question to me, so kindly let me respond.
Oh, no, I didn't say we could respond.
Well, you're being very gracious.
That's Councilmember Waring.
Thank you. You're graciously saying that all these expenses were in the legal department, and I think that's a stretch. One other point, Mr. Mayor has just said that the invoices from June until potentially November, he's seen them. Have you seen them? You in the legal department, have you seen those
I
invoices?
have not seen the invoices since the last invoice that was submitted and approved by
Has our CFO
Claburn.
seen those invoices?
I have not seen anything beyond the ones that were paid.
So, Mr. Mayor, why would you not disclose those invoices? It's now been almost, almost 2 years. Why would you hold on to those invoices? The statute of limitations, Counselor, hasn't passed. Those invoices still can come forward.
Councilmember Waring, it's my understanding, we don't have those invoices.
But the mayor said he saw them. That's what the mayor, run the tape.
I thought we had them that night we were in the executive session.
It's on the camera. The camera said you told Councilman Griffin, you've seen the invoices.
That's
from
my
June.
recollection, sir.
Well, why didn't you bring them forward?
Because we advised, we didn't approve them for payment.
Who didn't?
They're not approved for payment.
I thought you said the legal department approved it. You said the legal department.
Everything that was paid was approved by the legal
So
department.
did the legal department deny payment on those invoices from June to November?
Do you remember I don't want to violate our executive session from 2 years ago, and I must admit my memory isn't perfect. But we had a discussion about those invoices, and y'all were present, and we agreed not to approve those. And
We didn't even know they were invoices from June to November. We had seen no invoices at that point in the executive session. Other councilmen were there. Any other councilman saw invoices?
on that.
I would like to see a copy of those invoices.
Councilmember Waring, just for purposes of the record, the last invoices that were actually submitted to the legal department were dated 10/10/2017, and that was for April, May, and June of 2017. And so I think we said that executive session was in November of 2017. Is that right? So obviously, Mr. Willie got the message after that. So the last set of invoices that we received from him were dated 10/10/2017.
But that's where the question is. In other words, if he continued to work, as the mayor told Councilman Griffin, from June to November, those invoices for work ended June 17th, you said?
Right.
So if he continued to work from June 18th until November, there are invoices out there that you said you saw, you have not seen, and our CFO have not seen.
I don't believe we ever received any further invoices after those invoices. So,
I say the statute of limitations have not passed on those being able to be, how long is the statute of limitations?
Probably 3 years.
3 years? So 3 years.
Moody had his hand up. He hadn't been recognized yet. Councilmember Moody?
Yeah, I'm kind of in Ms. Jackson's corner. It's getting late. I didn't have a nap, you're right.
None of us did.
As I look at these things and I'm listening to all of my colleagues and our staff, there's obviously a lot of conflict, misinformation, and I would just call it what I see it as bad judgment. I don't think that the mayor got any personal benefit out of this in terms of remuneration, or I don't think he benefited financially from this. I don't have any idea what Mr. Willie was doing. I think it's all suspect as to what was going on. But again, I think it's bad judgment. I don't know if the invoices I saw, I think Ms. Cantwell had signed off on them. There was no engagement letter, there was no work product, there was no report that was given. the legal counsel we hired from the ethics committee basically said that the mayor had a lot of free rein as far as how he could run his office and what he could do, that he didn't see any ethics violations, I think is kind of where his report, not bad judgment or bad anything legal stuff. He said he didn't see there was a violation of any ethics by the mayor. So I'm like Mr. Gregory, Councilmember Gregory. Ms. Weinglass, I'll go further. Mr. Lonnie Hamilton's birthday party, Mr. Jim French's birthday party, the Chernoff Newman, the Roy Willie, all of these things, and I've said it kind of, I think I've been very consistent with this. I don't see an ethics violation, and I don't think what was done was illegal. I don't know that, but I don't think in my heart it was. So it comes down to what do we do? What do we do with this information? I mean, can we go on and if we turn it over to SLED and let them investigate it? I'm not sure that they're going to come back with any kind of definitive answer. So I'm kind of stuck with this, and it seems to me like the only remedy is really at the poll, and I wish this was not happening during the crazy season, but it is. So maybe it's up to the voters to decide, and I don't know how we get this out other than what we've done. We've been out of executive session, we've discussed this. I think it's extremely bad judgment. You can call it bad judgment by a new executive that didn't know. Okay, there's a learning curve. I don't think that's illegal. I don't think that's unethical. I think it's bad judgment. Is it continuing? I hope not. But we've got to be very vigilant as a council to be sure, because we did violate some of our policies and we ignored it. And that's on us. I mean, we may have been deceived, but maybe we should have looked a little bit harder. When we found it, we stopped it. So I'm not sure where we go from here. I'm struggling with that. I'm not sure what will happen, if anything, if we go further. Anyway, maybe I'll just reserve the rest of my time if I have a better thought.
Has anyone not been recognized that would like to speak? Councilmember Shealy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that Ms. Herdina said it, that legal services are exempt from procurement, which probably eliminates any, I think you're right. There may not be a criminal activity here. It may just be that, that there was some bad judgment, some bad money, some bad decisions with the way our city dollars were spent. But, I agree. I think it's bad judgment. I don't know that sending this on legally is going to do anything for us. Again, I'm split. This has been on my mind. I've been thinking about it. Which way do I go? I've got constituents saying, hey, you got to do the right thing. If something's wrong here, you got to stomp it out. I've got some of my constituents saying that, but I'm not sure that going this route is the right way to go. So, but I'm not sure what that answer is right now.
Councilmember Griffin.
More legal questions, and then I just want to make one statement. Ms. Herdina, the legal department hires outside attorneys all the time, right?
Yes, sir.
And how often do they come in and work with no scope of work whatsoever? I mean, with nothing in writing? Like, for example, how did we even get to $150 an hour? That had to have been described or had to have been discussed. But
Well, in this case, I don't know how that fee was discussed with him, but I will tell you that a couple of years ago, we adopted a fee schedule for outside counsel, and it's based upon the number of years of experience. And it goes from $150 an hour for least experience up to, I think it's now $275 for most experienced, and then there are even some exceptions for really highly specialized areas. In this particular case, given the number of years that he had practiced, $150 was the rate that he would have been paid consistent with other lawyers' fee schedule.
But how about the no written contract? Is that usual?
You know, it's interesting. I talked to Francis about that, and I will say that we have some longstanding relationships with attorneys where we don't have a current retainer agreement. In other cases, we do. In this case, we did not.
My last point would just be that we, as a city, to protect ourselves, I think, should get something in writing from Mr. Willie that he's not going to put any more invoices through. Now that we know that there were additional invoices that have not been seen by some and may have been seen by others, I think we need at the very least to have an acknowledgement from him that he is not going to charge our city what could be $25,000 or $30,000. I also think that we should have some sort of policy that we put in as a city where we do not do business with people actively working on campaigns. I don't see why that would be a hard thing to do. But those are just a couple of things that are coming to mind right now, because whether or not it's an ethics violation, that's one thing. But when you can go out and work on campaigns and do other things and tout that you also have the ear of what goes on within the city and within these walls, to me, that is a conflict of interest. Maybe it's just because I'm not a lawyer, but that to me seems like a blatant mistrust right there.
Councilmember Shade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure where we're going with all of this, quite frankly. Now, it goes without saying that as a council, as an elected official, we have the responsibility of guarding the public trust, and we have the responsibility of guarding public funds. That's rule number one. That's not anything that we should need to be even debating about. However, and I've said this constantly, if we think as an individual that somebody has done something wrong, we don't need the approval of council to do something about it. If you think, anybody in this room thinks something has gone wrong, then you as an individual have an obligation to report it to the appropriate authorities. If you think public money has been misappropriated, you don't need council's approval to call a law enforcement agency to investigate it. If you think that's what happened, do it. It's just really that simple. If you think there has been an ethical violation by a lawyer engaged in some practice, then there's a process to report that person to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel to have that case investigated. Do it. If you think that an elected official has done something improper, report them to the Ethics Commission. And that's all that this comes down to. Now, I don't know if anything has been violated. I don't know if public funds have been misappropriated. But there's an agency that does that, and they can go ahead and do that. Just report the matter to the appropriate law enforcement agency. That's all we need to do. You don't need to have this open discussion about having it done. We had this audit, and this audit did bring out to light certain things. And for that was something we needed to address, and that was appropriate that we did all of that. Now, whether or not Mr. Willie, and I'm not here to defend him, I'm not here to throw him under the bus either, but if he did something improper, we think he did something improper, then report him to the appropriate authorities, either the disciplinary counsel for lawyers or to a law enforcement agency to have it done. But otherwise, what we're doing is just really, and quite honestly, character assassination going on around this table. And that's why I wanted to go into that executive session, is once you get into these personnel matters, what we're doing is we're smearing somebody's good name. If we could do that in public, so be it. I guess that's what we just did tonight. Now, we all have our opinions about whether or not we're doing something right as elected officials, and Councilman Moody brought it up. He hit the nail on the head. The judgment comes on November the 5th. Those of us who are up for re-election, our constituents are going to judge us and either vote us out of office or vote us back in office, and that includes the mayor as well. And that's where this all ends up, quite frankly. So we've got business to run with this city. We've got some serious business to run with this city. All of us here are good-minded, good-intended individuals, men and women who want to do what's best for the city. And we need to continue that. And if we think somebody did something wrong, then individually go ahead and report that person. And otherwise, we need to end this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Seekings.
Council member. So just very briefly, as I recall, after our first audit committee meeting, when we went through all this, we heard from our internal auditor, we heard from our counsel, our outside counsel. We went through the whole thing, and I believe that a large part of this issue is taken care of because the mayor, as you recall, said he was going to voluntarily turn this over to the Ethics Commission. So assuming that's happened, and so that's kind of where it's all gone. So I think that was taken care of, that issue anyway, some time ago.
Councilmember Waring.
It's been a hard conversation, but it's been a necessary conversation. It has not been a character assassination. That's your opinion, Councilman Shaheed. It's our approval process that allows this type of expense to be paid for with taxpayers' dollars. There has to be an action step to prevent this from happening again. Whomever the next mayor is, he or she cannot be allowed to create an expense like this ever again for the city of Charleston. So with all due respect to our legal staff, for legal to be able to procure 6 figures in expenses without coming before the mayor and council for approval, that should never happen again. And that's the only way to prevent that is for us to change that policy. Oh, it can happen again. Oh, probably will. After 40 years, we didn't think it would happen. It took 18 months for it to happen. And we found out about it in the rearview mirror. There's a very empty feeling when you feel taxpayers' dollars has been spent unwisely. All the things that the mayor said, defending this, we know a lot of it is helium. You know what? The staff does too. Staff does not like to see the monies that they're entrusted with, in particular accounting, be spent frivolously. And when you pay somebody to look at TV, that's frivolous spending. That should be returned. But I hear you all. I don't know who should investigate it either, SLED, Attorney General, but I know one thing. We need to put a policy in place because in this process, council was allowed to go out, and the mayor just alluded to it, hire outside independent counsel. I understand why they did it. Mr. Majernik couldn't do that. Mr. Majernik couldn't go out and hire outside a CPA. And with all due respect, when I heard the outside counsel, he did not address this $83,595. He did not address that. So I would offer to get us out of this. I brought it up. Now I take responsibility for it. Because one of the highest honor you can have, and I work in a business where people entrust their nest eggs to my advice. You know, the golden rule, do unto others as you have them do unto you. We need to operate by the platinum rule. Do unto others as they hope you would do unto them, as they want to be treated by you. That was not done here. But if we don't put a motion on the floor, or at least for the consideration, that legal department will be prevented from doing this kind of thing again, and I'll tell you why. Even those in the legal department work at the pleasure of the mayor. The mayor has the right to hire and fire. We have the right to fund. We don't have the right to hire and fire. But for legal to be able to stand up and say, no, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to approve this expense. Let me give you an example. They could be fired. And frankly, Mr. Willie could have been appointed head of the legal department. The mayor had the right to do that. And the only thing that we could do about that would be pull his funding. So what is the action step, lady and gentlemen? What is the action step? We just shake our head as though we heard this at the water cooler and walk away? How's the city better on the other side of this consternation that we just went through? What do we do in the event that these invoices were to come forward? Are we compelled to pay them? Was there a verbal contract? And who was the verbal contract with? It's shameful that this money was spent this way. It's shameful. But I propose that we have a discussion that limits the city of Charleston, the legal department, to be able to go out and procure services like this without coming before mayor and council with a transparent process. That should never happen again. Shame on us if we don't put a stopgap measure in place. We protected the internal auditor. I beg you, protect the taxpayers from this kind of frivolous spending ever again in one of the oldest cities in the United States of America. Now, that's the extent of my comments.
Mayor?
Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah, and I'm done too. I don't think this is an ethics issue at all. And it's my understanding, when it was reported out, this was really not looked into. We were just given these numbers. There was not an opinion from the outside counsel with regard to this. I just want the record to reflect this. There was not, okay? This was the one part that they did not look at. And I think that's a part of the reason why I think as council members, we are concerned, Mayor. I don't think you're a dishonest person. I don't. At all. But if something goes wrong, you can break the law and be honest, I guess is what I'm saying. You can have bad judgment and go to jail. Okay? So bad judgment just doesn't get us anywhere either. I don't know where we are, Mayor, but there's something wrong with these numbers, and I think as a council, we need to require better answers than we've been provided.
Councilmember Shade.
So if we want to take an action measure on this, I think it probably would be prudent for us to give the legal department some guidance when we hire outside counsel, that a written contract is approved and the engagement letter is specific as to what that person is supposed to be doing and how much they're going to get paid. And if we want, would be, I guess, an early start to where we are with this process. If there's something else we need to do with procurement process, I think we need to find out who the right people to look into that and write those policies for us. And I would make that motion.
I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Yeah, we're pretty far afield here from what's on the agenda. So I think if we want to make that motion, we'd probably need a motion to add it and then go ahead and vote on it. But or we can put it on for a discussion for the next agenda.
And that, Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Lewis.
And I agree, that's one thing. Ever since I've been there, the legal department ever did hire outside attorneys, and counsel never interfered. So if it's something that we need to make some policy change, then it needs to be added to the agenda. We need to discuss it. Because we don't really get into the, hopefully get into business of telling legal how to run a legal department when they have the experience, and that's why legal's hired. So I think that's something we need to discuss at a future time. Well, I'll go along with you, make a motion to put it on the next agenda for discussion. Second.
Is that motion in order?
No, we didn't add it to the agenda.
It wasn't on the agenda.
Actually, let's go home and
I can ask to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other business to come before us tonight? Hearing none, we stand adjourned.